All right, we'll begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting in the form of a workshop of the Select Board for October 14th, 2025. First item of business is going into executive session. So I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose stated in item 1C of the agenda, which is for discussing strategy related to potential litigation surrounding federal conditions of grant acceptance. This litigation matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town. And the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac. Aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes.
Hit record when we're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the Select Board's fall workshop meeting. We have special workshops throughout the year to address important issues that are too complex and extensive to incorporate into our regular meetings. Primary purpose of these workshops is to incorporate the Select Board's goals and perspectives into both the Select Board's fiscal year goals and the town's medium-term goals, what we call the 2030 roadmap, and to give town departments guidance as they develop their budgets. In addition to our regular business items today, today's workshop will focus on the Select Board's 2030 roadmap. Excuse me, my mouth is drying. Which are the medium-term goals of the Select Board as informed and modified by input from town departments. 2030 roadmap will be guided by a so-called SMART framework that keeps our goals in line by checking whether they are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-honored. That's the acronym, SMART. The reason for using this form of guide is to ensure that we minimize nice sounding but vague aspirations and identify specific steps towards an achievable goal. The Select Board, as the chief executive body of the town, must play an active role, a strong role, and an effective role in the financial management of the town for each fiscal year and for longer planning periods, which is why we have these workshops. In addition to the let's see, in addition to, in addition to the 2030 roadmap, we will also hear presentations on the town's climate action and resiliency plan, along with medical center bus circulation study that has created some amount of consternation in parts of Brookline Village. And finally, we will discuss the Select Board's policies, including the public bodies handbook. First, I have some announcements. The Commission on Disabilities and other community organizations and residents are urging the MBTA to complete phase 3 of the Fenway-Yawkey multi-use path project that will make major safety improvements to the bike and pedestrian path between the Longwood areas and Kenmore Square. I mention this because they would like, the Disabilities Commission would like to submit a letter to the MBTA urging that they speed up this process. Unfortunately, they did not get the letter to us in time to for us to approve it at this meeting. But I did want to did want to announce that so that people know in advance and can become informed of what I think is a vitally important project. Somewhat related is that on October 21st, we will also take up the controversy over the automatic license plate readers at Hancock Village supplied to Chestnut Hill Realty by an organization called Flock Safety, which is an AI company, and the Brookline Police Department's proposed MOU with Flock for the use of their data. Just for your information, that data includes the license plate image plus associated data such as geolocation of devices, timestamps, vehicle description, and metadata. There are also some related issues that we will take up when we discuss the public body's handbook. So are there any other announcements from the select board, Michael?
Two things. Number one, I want to commend the Indigenous, the Brookline Indigenous Communities Committee, and I don't have the name of the committee correct. But I want to commend them on yesterday's celebration at the Ridley School, which was well attended despite the weather, and both educational and an enjoyable community event. Secondly, I'd like to remind everyone that next week, there will be as part of the select board meeting, a public hearing relating to the renewal of our cable license, which is currently held with Comcast. And that license expires in April. And we will be taking public comment specifically around the uses that Comcast helps fund within the town, such as Brookline Interactive Group, as well as taking public comment on matters of people's experiences with Comcast. This is a crucial part of the license renewal process, and the public is invited to attend and comment.
Thank you. John?
I want to second what Michael said about yesterday's celebration by the Indigenous Peoples Celebration Committee. It was held at the Ridley School, a very wise decision in the cafeteria because of the weather. I think there's a lot of doubt in the minds of people until it sort of the hour came as to whether folks would show up. I was there early. Others were there early. It sounds like others continued to come throughout the day. But this is a committee that has really elevated the level of Brookline's observances to include such a wonderful variety of crafts that can be seen and purchased. The Brookline Bookstore does its part by offering titles for sale. I actually bought one of them and I'm looking forward to reading it, that reflect on the history of Indigenous peoples in this part of the US. So I just want to sort of give a little bit of applause to the celebration committee. Members of the committee were there yesterday. It was great to be able to tell them face to face what a great job they're doing. And furthermore, there is in the town administrator's newsletter, which is available if you just go to the Brookline Town website, a really good account of some further activities that are going to occur in October. Some of them notably sort of book related. There's a book group that they have formed on the celebration committee, which is ongoing. So a lot of good work being done. Thanks to them for doing it. And one quick other note, which deserves much more time and much more discussion at another time. But obviously, we're living through a really significant turn in the developments in the Middle East. And it's a hopeful turn, and it's an issue that has been in the hearts and on the minds of people in Brookline with great depth for 2 years now. And I think we're now at a point where people are beginning to wake up to some hope. And I for one, am thrilled that we've sort of turned a corner on this. I hope it's a corner that is just going to keep moving in a positive direction. I think all of us do, and it's very much in our hearts and minds these days. So I think people should know that the select board members, I'm sure, are part of that as well.
Paul?
Yep, thank you, Bernard. There are 3 upcoming Beacon Street Bridle Path neighborhood meetings. As you may know, that the town's begun the design process for the restoration of the Beacon Street Bridle Path, which aims to restore the historic greenway as a multimodal path for people walking, biking, and rolling along Beacon Street. There'll be 3 neighborhood talk and walk events. The first one is for the St. Mary's area. It's Thursday, October 16th from 5 to 7:30 PM. It'll be at the BU Whitman Mansion at 43 Hawes Street. There'll be a second one on October 23rd at Coolidge Corner Library at 31 Pleasant Street, again from 5 to 7:30. That's October 23rd, which is a Thursday. And then the Washington Square area, Wednesday, October 29th from 5 to 7:30 at the Driscoll School Multipurpose Room. These are important opportunities to engage the community around an understanding of what the vision is for the bridle path and to get feedback on the plan and have neighborhood input. So that's going to be really important for people to engage.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, next, we have public comment. Tiffany, could you?
We did
Open
not
this up
have
and-
public comment, did we? We did not have public comment on the agenda
Oh,
today.
I
correct?
don't mind. Okay, forget it, sorry.
Is there anyone who wants that to speak though?
Pardon me?
Since we brought it up.
Well, yeah, sorry about that. So next, miscellaneous calendar, first, the approval of the minutes from September 30, 2025. Any corrections to those minutes?
I sent some earlier that Tiffany and Kate, I believe picked up.
Like minor corrections?
There was one vote that was missing. But.
Okay.
I didn't- what?
Yeah, move approval of September 30, 2025, as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac. Aye. Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, I'd like to take items 2B through 2H in omnibus fashion. Unless someone wants to pull something out for further discussion. Seeing no one, raising their hand on that. I move approval of items 2B through 2H in our miscellaneous calendar. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next, going to our main calendar. We have an interview with a candidate for the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations Commission. Philip Steigman, is he online?
We are running behind schedule, so that's going to be pushed to next meeting.
Okay. Okay, so let's then move to appointments.
So I do have one update
Yeah.
here, which is that we are still just finalizing Chief Pastor's contract, nothing major, just want to make sure, but it's not quite ready for you to sign to approve today. We will make sure that it goes forward, and again, her term begins in March, so we have plenty of time on this. I just want to make sure that we get it done. I want to thank the chief for her responses and patience on this. We will be ready to go, hopefully next week or the week after at the absolute latest. So that's all set. And then there's the question of appointing Dr. John Klaschinski, who is currently the interim director of the Health Department of Public Health and Human Services. Dr. Klaschinski served in that role for 3 months and has previously been the associate director of policy at the Health Department. And prior to that has served in a variety of capacities in the public health field, both in the public and private sectors. He serves on the school committee of Billerica. He is he has both his master's and doctorate in public health. And I think just as a testament to the success of both the CHIP and some of the other long-range planning and policy work that has come out of the health department in the last several years has really been obviously a team initiative of the department, but really thanks to John's leadership. And so I am very pleased that after an interview with a panel of relevant and very excellent volunteers in the various facets, including the chair of the Advisory Council on Public Health, Dr. Homer. I'm pleased to recommend that you appoint Dr. Klaschinski to the permanent position of Health Commissioner as the Director of Health and Human Services.
Great. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, we,
I have one question.
okay.
It's okay. Chaz, did we get any other applicants, outside applicants? Did we advertise it, or was this more just an internal process?
This was an internal process. We talked a little bit about whether or not it would make sense to go out. We are very fortunate, we are fortunate in many ways that we have a deep bench at the health department right now. And we were grateful to Sagal for her leadership and her willingness to support and mentor and be, to her immediate junior staff. And so we started that process, and ultimately John was our internal applicant, and after some discussion, we decided it was right to promote from within.
Okay. John,
Just on that very same subject, in case people are watching and wondering whether, we've done something unusual here. I don't think it's all that unusual in that there is a public health advisory board. And, having a public health advisory board is a really good kind of backstop. So if John, I am certain has the, support of the public health advisory board. Yeah, that means a lot to me. I've seen him in action. That means a lot to me. And, I don't think that we have to worry about the process here. I think we have an excellent appointee and an appointee from within,
yeah,
which every now and then it's a great thing to do.
yeah, and we know.
Yeah, yeah,
Knows
yeah.
work,
Yeah.
right, so.
Never change.
Okay, I move approval of the appointment of John Krasinski. I'm sorry, I'm gonna screw up your name, Barry.
No, you've knocked it out of the park.
Okay, as our new Director of Public Health, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Berman,
Aye.
Michael, Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
and Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome aboard.
Yeah. Okay, next, we have our 2030 roadmap discussion, and we have Abby Fulham to sort of help us along and sort of give us some guidance and make sure we come out the right way, or a good way.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here with you
Mhm.
again. Can we do just a time check? So when are we trying to end this session? I know I've heard discussion
Yeah.
about a working lunch, but I'm not trying to impose that.
See, we're
on you.
about an hour over, or
Yep.
hour late, or maybe a little less than an hour.
Mhm.
Why don't we just give you the amount of time that was originally scheduled, because this is an important discussion. Unless someone objects, that's gonna mean we're gonna go beyond 3 o'clock.
I will need to leave to pick up children, so I
Okay,
need to leave at 2.
I think we'll be able to make up time on the back end if
Okay.
we do a working lunch, if you all don't mind to eat while we work through that.
yeah, maybe turn off the camera so people don't see us eating. No, just kidding, just kidding. Okay, let's go.
If we can make up some time in this, I will try.
Okay,
But, okay, I was thinking we would start today, I would do like a bit of a recap since it's been a few months of the process, and then. I think we'll spend most of the time in some active discussion, so just a heads up on that. Okay, so as a reminder of the process to date, and for those who are not listening in on the last session. We started this roadmap process. I talked to each of you individually, heard some of your goals and priorities, what's working well, what you think might need to change for this 2030 roadmap. Then we met, I think it was July, and we started to look through all of your combined ideas and you've identified 6 priority areas. One is on internal alignment, efficiency, governance. One is on fiscal health. One is on communication and engagement, and then housing, infrastructure, and climate change. So there's 6. And then I just finished, then I spoke with all of the department heads, including John as the acting. And some division heads where department heads thought it was appropriate. And I have pulled together the findings from those interviews, and really with them, I previewed what we're trying to do here, the process, some of your initial thinking on those priority areas and initial thinking on goals, and then heard from them of what they thought might be useful to include. And so today I'm hoping to share out this summary, and then I've highlighted some key takeaways, some big themes. I think there's around 7 with some potential options or ways that you could incorporate their feedback. I think it's definitely, those ideas are a starting list of ways you could incorporate the feedback. I'm sure definitely more opportunities here. That's what I want to discuss today. So
Is this thing that's in our packet?
I
or is
think
this a-
so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
and I have a printed version if people want those. I don't know, I just gave you one. There's enough.
This is nothing new, that's that.
This is not new, so if you have that printed out, then you should be okay.
And
Yeah.
can you tell us what you expect the deliverable to be from either today or
Yeah.
ongoing?
Yeah, what I'm hoping where we're gonna end up today is a little more clarity. I would like some clarity from you all on some of the ideas proposed by department heads and how we're going to incorporate them into the work of those initial priority areas and goals that you have developed.
Hmm.
Then I think there's going to be asynchronous work to try to flush out some of the goals and specific actions between when we next speak. And we'll talk, I have some questions about that too. So, yeah, I guess is that
Yep.
helpful?
Yep.
There's definitely some content I just want to hear your thoughts on. And then as much as possible, we can come to specific like outcomes and what you want to include. That would be really helpful. We have the goal deadline for having a draft version of this is March. So there's still some time, and then it would be presented at a select board meeting, so other members of the public could hear and perhaps do public comment on it. And then we would try to have the final version in April. That was at least the original timeline. So we're not quite in a rush, just kidding. Okay, so let's walk through this. I didn't put slides together. I thought it would just be helpful to you for you all to have the written version of this. I want to start, let me start by sharing some of the process recommendations that I heard from the department heads. And well, first I should just say, you have amazing department heads. Everyone is extremely committed to what they're doing and like passionate about their work and glad to work for the town. Like there's just a lot of, I could really feel that when I talk.
And they're government employees,
And they're
okay?
government employees. Yeah,
Who are usually denigrated by
Yeah.
various people, but the reality is that these are the best employees probably we have in our country, so.
yeah. And that did come up a little bit, some morale kind of
Mhm.
thing as because of being government employees. So yeah, I'll start with that. In terms of the roadmap process, pretty much everyone thinks it's a great idea that you all are going through this process. I think it's really worthwhile both to get clarity on what you all want and have some kind of consistency over time, so they can be working towards their goals and knowing what those are. I heard a number of questions around implementation, which I think you all have questions on implementation too. So that is matching what we've talked about. I don't think we necessarily need to resolve those today. But there's questions of how can you both reflect the priorities of a select board that is changing with turnover, and political priorities change. So how can you have a document that is reflective of that and provides consistency over time? So do you need to constantly update this? I think hopefully not, is what I heard. But how often would you need to update it so you can rely on it? So that's a question. Okay, I think that's fine for the process recommendations. Do we need another copy? I realize I'm holding on to an extra.
Yeah, I didn't take one.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Oh, there was a suggestion that perhaps select board members could be paired with a specific goal or maybe an area. So they're tracking, so you all are tracking some of the goals and can kind of like be the figurehead or leading the charge on some of them that was a recommendation for implementation. So just, again, I think probably our next workshop, we can talk a lot about how the implementation of this is gonna work, but just wanted to flag that. Okay, what am I missing framing wise before we get into this? Oh, I wanted to, just as a reminder from our last conversation in July, I think there were a few key takeaways from that discussion. One was that you all decided we would not include a vision and mission in this document. Because there are a lot of those that seem to exist for the town. We didn't need to replicate that process, but you did want to include guiding values. And those are on page 6, the bottom of page 6. And so there's 4 of them. One is that Brookline should be a welcoming and racially, ethnically, and economically diverse community. That all voices should be heard and incorporated into decision-making. The town government should be transparent and adaptable, making it a predictable and stable place to live and have businesses. And then good governance and collaboration across departments and government body makes for better and more efficient work. Does that all sound right? Sound reflective of our discussion?
Mhm.
All right. Oh, so then let's get into some of the leads here. Oh, and then actually one more thing, sorry, on page 7 through 9, these are the initial priority areas and goals that we discussed last time, that are both from our individual conversations and from the discussion. I updated this list to be reflective of what you all shared in July. Is it helpful to go through these really quickly?
But before we do
Yeah.
that, can I ask a quick question? So you skip past this first takeaways.
Oh, no, we're gonna come
Content
back.
priority areas, because that's a big one.
We're gonna come back to those, and that's where we're gonna spend most of our time on the overarching takeaways.
Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry, it's in a weird order.
Okay,
In retrospect.
I'm following the document.
Yeah. Is it worthwhile to go through the priority areas and initial goals that you recommended, so they're top of mind?
Well, I'd like to start off with, does anyone have any overall or overriding issues or questions? Because I do.
Okay, great, yeah, would love to hear.
And it seems like a small thing, but I think it is important. About 4 or 5 times in the document, you talk about loud voices.
Mhm.
And, I think it's important to say in anything that goes out is that, yeah, there are a lot of loud voices and we appreciate them. They're disruptive sometimes. But, we listen not to just the loud voices, but, the community sentiment expressed more broadly. So, I mean, it just popped out. It's almost it popped out. And I think we have to be careful how we describe that. Because we listen to loud voices, but also people who aren't, as loud as some people. And the loud voices many times are raising issues that may affect them personally and are important for us to be aware of. So.
And loud seems
Mhm.
almost derogatory. I don't think loud is the right way to articulate it. There's people who are persistent, consistent, articulate, organized. But to claim that those people are loud, almost seems like they're coming here and pounding their fist and yelling at us. We do get that from time to time, but that's not, I didn't get a sense that that's what this is talking about. It's just, I think we need to be careful about assigning intent or qualification or something to a word. I just don't like the word loud.
So this is a very important conversation that I would love to give more context for. So I think, could we hold it until we get to the communication and engagement section? Because I think it does come up a lot, and the word, I was trying to reflect some of the comments that I heard. Whether you want to include that in your document is very much on the table. But yeah, any other broad question? Yeah.
Yeah, so the other broad thing, and I mentioned it earlier, I know you want to dig into it later, but I just from how I perceived it, the content priority areas where you had at least one individual say, the select board. My interpretation was they shouldn't get specific. Because there's all these other boards and commissions. Well, the boards and commissions actually advise us, and we're the executive elected body of the town. And to say defer to other boards and commissions because we're not subject matter experts or whatever, I found that to be really confusing. The select board is the executive that should be setting long-term strategy and goals by taking input and advice from its boards and commissions that advises it. But to say, you guys don't know what you're talking, I took it as a it seemed like a very strange thing to start the document with. And I completely disagree with it.
Mike?
Well, one comment I will overlay for the next discussion. I also sort of in that context, two things that I saw. One was there was a discussion of our base level of services And that is actually something I highly agree with, that we should be calling that out more. And the second thing, and I don't know if this relates to guiding values, but, you know, there are other sources of input that we value, in addition to loud voices, like science and data and expertise and broad community feedback. And I think one way to sort of properly, or better incorporate different, different styles of input, is to consider them all collectively and make a statement of value, more broadly about how we take input.
So maybe amending something in the guiding values to reflect the many sources.
Yeah.
Yeah, they,
I think we might be talking cross purposes a little bit though. So I do share your concern about the language, loud voices, and you addressed that too, Paul. And I also see what you're saying, Paul, about sort of the advice, if we put it that way, that select board not provide specific remedies. But this is in the section about what department heads said. I mean, they said what they said.
Yeah.
And so I think it's helpful for us to know in an unfiltered manner what their concerns are. Ultimately, though, I think we would want our guidelines and our map to have more neutral language and to address these issues that are being raised. But I don't think we want to be engaged in trying to change the terminology from input that was received. The
no,
input's the
that's
input.
not what I'm suggesting, that although the questions included, something about loud voices, so they, you know, just staff is sort of guided towards that concept, and it's an important issue. I'm sure many, members of our staff, concerned with, because I think it was abused many times by loud voices. It's on the last page, the second to last bullet.
Well, so that was actually, so that those sub bullets on the questions are actually some of these starting goals that you all developed at the workshop. So I was just sharing those out. And so maybe we were using loud voices in conversation as a shorthand, and it sounds like we really need to flesh that out more. But so that wasn't me adding that language. That was actually it was reflecting of your discussion. But I think the comment, and I will, yeah, I think, thanks Dave for that. I get the joy of being the messenger of some of these things, and which I think is helpful. So you do hear some unfiltered reflections to the initial work, and I will try to give like context where I can, if it's helpful, but.
That being said, to Paul's point, while I don't want to be filtering input we're receiving, it is what it is. I do agree that where there's an opportunity to respond and educate on what our role is, we ought to do that, not just sort of let the comments sit there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great. And so maybe that falls into some of the internal governance pieces. Okay, so I think, oh yeah, let's go to John and then let's just.
I'm sorry, John.
I wanted to say, first of all, that, I think that this latest, stage of the process, that we're engaging in right now, and the work that we were presented with leading up to it, has made me a believer in this process. So
That's good.
for those who may have heard me, you know, in earlier, discussions of this, I wasn't all that optimistic. But the thing that I'm finding most encouraging in all of this is it has made me realize that I think, it's safe to say, have an ongoing challenge of communication between ourselves as elected officials of Brookline and the people who make Brookline function from day to day, month to month, year to year, and do all manner of really important things that almost are taken for granted by the public. And when that issue of loud voices was raised, I think it's in part because there can be occasions when people who are immersed in making things smooth for all of us in Brookline, that we have, you know, water, we have, you know, communication, we have trash pickup, we have public safety, we have libraries. They, I think, are feeling pulled into areas that distract from the really essential work that they do. And that we, as the select board, need to fully appreciate what it does to their ability to do their fundamental work. If we simply run wild with all kinds of added things that get put on their plate. In part because of loud voices. I think I know where that loud voices is coming from, and I don't want to completely disregard it. Because I think it speaks to, an ongoing issue of, maybe some essential departmental people who feel like I'm always being pulled off my job, my really important job. To try to answer some specific complaint from somebody. Oh, so that's just what I wanted to say.
I think you're really picking up on the sentiment that I hear.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so let's get into this, some of those overarching takeaways. I'm gonna try and maybe keep track. I think if we spend like 10 to 15 minutes on each of those, that will keep us on track here. Some might take longer. All right, so the first one is this idea of content priority areas. So again, there were in your initial priority areas of the 6, there's the like 3 internal processy ones. There's one on governance, there's one on fiscal health, and there's one on communication engagement. And then there's the 3 that content or topics, I'm not sure, we could come up with a better name, but which are housing, infrastructure, and climate change. And we talked about this in the July meeting, because I think those 3 are very important to all of you. Like, you all care a lot about each of those items, and you had more specific goals for the first 3, because those, I think those are very much in the internal governance bucket wheelhouse that you all have. And you were looking to some of the department heads to flesh out some of the housing, climate change, and infrastructure ones. And so when I was talking through this with department heads, one idea that I heard was to take out the content ones. And the reason here, and I think this is to your point earlier, is that I think people are feeling like, oh, there's a lot of goals and mandates that they get both from select board, also from the town meeting, not just the commissions, not just boards necessarily. They have there's like the comprehensive plan, there's the CHIP, there's a lot of these other planning documents that articulate some of these goals already. And so I think there was a little concern that this would either be adding new goals to already existing goals, or question about if this task is to just gather all of the goals they've heard from these other places, like town meeting, from select board, from the plans, and capture them in one place. Yeah.
I would also say that there is an opportunity here to actually prioritize that large body of plans and goals and directives. And to Paul's point, I think that the select board is actually the prioritization body for that breadth. And to the extent that, we might integrate some of those goals, where, our transportation goals might intersect with our public safety goals, or, climate change goals intersecting with housing goals, intersecting with transportation goals as well. That's really, I think, the role of our body.
Yeah, okay. Let me just share the one last thing in this, if that's okay, which is just, so like some people are saying maybe those things should be removed. Maybe it should say like they should be prioritized, and here's a process, like you figure out the how, staff who work on housing, but here's our goal. And then other people are saying, actually, it is important to keep in, to your point of like, we're looking for clarity on the prioritization.
So as an example, let's use transportation. That would be a good one, right? My read on the feedback, and first of all, this feedback is excellent. It's really helpful to have it. Let's take transportation. There could be a broad content area that says, we want you to focus on transportation, right? Well, what does that mean? Does that mean increase multimodal transportation and make it safer for bicyclists, walkers? Or is it, restore and retain every parking space in order to make commercial areas vibrant? I think that we need to get at least another level of specificity so that staff understands what, and the general public understands what the elected body thinks is the priority. Does this body think that increasing protected bike lanes is a really important thing to do? We should say that. Or should we say that it's not important? So I think that's that would be the next level of detail. And I'm concerned that if we leave things at the high level of climate change,
Mm.
right, transportation, housing, we're not providing enough guidance, to staff
Dave?
and the public.
I completely agree with Paul. So this notion that we should not articulate specific goals, I think that very much is our responsibility. And then have the departments implement. And I understand what the departments are saying to an extent, and I don't think select boards intending to say, on day one, do X by this method by procuring supply Y. We're not saying that, but we do need to be somewhat specific, so there's an understanding as to what our priorities are, what we would like to see effectuated. Because to your point with transportation, what does that really mean? And then we're basically telling the departments to run the town, not the elected officials. And there are some specific examples here, such as climate change. Well, that's really broad. Housing, that's really broad.
Yeah.
Are we just gonna say, hey, you guys design whatever you want, and then what's the point of us existing?
Mm.
And can I add?
Yeah.
And as another example, let's take Park and Rec, right? So we could have saved the town a tremendous amount of money if this body provided a goal and objective around the skating rink at Lars Anderson, right? It started out as this broad thing without any direction, and it turned into a multiplex. And we ended up just maintaining and restoring the facility that's there. The other, it's not just staff, it's boards and commissions. Boards and commissions, in the void of leadership from the select board, will craft their own goals and objectives and priorities. Everything, the work that the boards and commissions do should flow from the priorities of the select board. That's how it should work. And instead, often, I mean, we can ask the boards and commissions for advice, but often, void of any direction, they're gonna come up with their own plans. And that's a tug of war also for staff, and town meeting as well.
I also want to highlight a point you just made there about that sometimes narrowing the charge is actually more efficient and saves money to avoid all these broad plans and expenditures of resources for pursuits that we may never want to authorize pursuing. And then why did we waste all that time, effort, resource? So to the extent that the select board provides some specificity and parameters what we're looking for, I actually see that as helpful, as more efficient, as more responsible, and I don't think we should lose that. However, one point that I do take to heart is the first bullet point, stating on page 2, potential ways the select board can incorporate this feedback. The second line of the first bullet point, consider a workshop with specific department heads or asynchronous process to develop these. I do think that would be beneficial, because given that we are not, for the most part, the content experts on the goals we might be setting, it's good to have the content experts in the room to basically tell us, well, I think you're going far afield and that won't work for the following reasons. So having their input is important, but we should still be the body that is setting the goals.
Want to check in with that end of the table? Select board, sorry, not far end of the tables, but chime in when you want, but yeah.
Just have to add one bit of nuance to what has been said, last two speakers. There are boards and there are committees and there are commissions. And some of the commissions especially operate, Park and Rec is a perfect example. They are the responsible body for making decisions about essential things such as facilities for sports and so on. We influence them via who we appoint. And we influence them to the extent we ask them to be mindful of, whether we think it's a good idea or a bad idea for them to add a certain major capital expenditure, to burden to the town. But we can't assume that it's our preferences that govern recreation programs in the town.
Well, we funded you.
We fund it.
Yeah, but they-
Yeah, but I think you see my distinction.
Yeah.
And they're not the only one that operates that way. There's the transportation board for a specific purpose, which is they govern those decisions.
So still, we do have some sort of influence
Yeah,
over the
Yeah.
types of focus that they take. And the ultimate goals that they push.
yeah.
Right.
To this point, we have at least on our website, we have north of 60 boards, commissions, other public bodies, right? And some of them we control, some of them don't. And in the public bodies handbook, it sets up classifications for public bodies. You know, there are advisory public bodies, there are public bodies that have statutory authority, there are working groups of staff. And, you know, to the point of clarity, and maybe this gets back to the governance issue, really, being clear with the public bodies as to which role they are actually playing. It would be, you know, would just be a helpful step in establishing that relationship more clearly and more publicly.
Yeah, I think we've done that. I mean, they've actually read the handbook.
Well, I still get questions from the committees that I liaison with,
Mhm.
like, are we advisory, are we advocacy? You know, do we get to decide? Do we have to make a recommendation, you know? That's my experience
Yeah,
with some
okay,
of the
good,
boards.
yeah.
So ongoing reminder.
It's an ongoing.
So, okay, what I'm like hearing pretty strongly is like, yes, we want to keep content areas and we wanna get more specific to include goals. Maybe the implementation and the how to achieve those goals, we won't include in the roadmap, like that will just go to department heads and maybe you can still check in regularly on it. So just, does that sit well as the conclusion here?
Think so.
So, let's, again, I keep going to practical examples. Let's take the comprehensive plan.
Yeah,
Okay, so this board. In, I think, last year's goals and objectives made completing the comprehensive plan, the first phase of it as a priority. I think it was actually in our goals and objectives. The comp plan should be done by the end of the year or early in the first quarter. There's a next step, which is about zoning reform,
Mhm.
right? I do think that that's something that helps set up the next step and whether we're going to invest time, resources, you know, money, in order to continue the process. You know, that's implementation,
Mhm.
right? Would that not be included in
Right,
a
yeah.
priority, a goal and objective in the roadmap? I think it
Or
should.
maybe the goal would be like, reform zoning, and then exactly the process of doing that and what would be included.
Yeah, again, it's implementation, and again, how you articulate it and how you word it, is for another time, but you would consider that to be the next step of implementation.
Yeah.
Yeah, David.
But even with zoning, again, if we just say reform zoning. That can mean a lot of things, and is our priority in reforming zoning about a particular, it's probably gonna be different
Neighborhood.
depending on the neighborhood. And is it more about upzoning to increase density, or is it more about preserving open space? And that's leaving a lot of leeway to departments to go in which way they want, so we need to provide direction. And I think we're actually abdicating our authority if we do not do that.
Yeah, Michael.
Number one, I agree with David. And my understanding of the results of this first phase of the comprehensive plan is that it will provide advice or
That's
recommendations.
what I had.
And now my understanding also is that that document gets approved by the planning board, but ultimately it has to come to us for implementation.
Well, actually, yeah, so Michael, the planning board doesn't have to approve it. There's an old Massachusetts statute that says that if you want to receive funding from
Okay,
the state, you have to file a formal plan with the state,
Okay.
which would come from the planning board. Of course, we want the planning board support, but it's not actually required in order to implement. But my point is that in a 5-year plan or longer, there's multiple steps.
Mhm.
And you have to keep moving the ball forward. And I think it's incumbent upon future boards, they could always say, you know what, bag that comprehensive plan and zoning reform, we're not gonna do it, and we're not gonna fund it. But I think that each board, the select board, as it's reformed every year, needs to reassess and help set these targets. Otherwise, staff is gonna go, you're making my head spin. Because we've been working for years on the comprehensive plan, and now you're saying stop. This is the fits and starts that I think staff is looking to help us smooth out.
Yeah,
And I think a lot of that's implementation. Otherwise, what John has been saying for at least a year now, we keep pouring money into planning. But we don't have the next step, which is execution, and whether we actually even have the funding.
We don't know if we ever
And we
will.
don't know if we ever will, so that, we're great at planning. But not the rest of it.
To stick on this example though, just to write it out, for the comprehensive, for the zone, if it was zoning reform, is your idea that you all would want to say, these are what we would want to prioritize in our zoning, or is it we would want to prioritize zoning reform that reflects the comprehensive plan?
Yes, yes, so if I can answer, so I think in order for us. A ever-changing select board. To provide guidance to staff over the long term, you need to have the goals set for the long term that says. In 5 years, we'd like to target significant zoning reform and then work your way back. We may want to have a target that says, we want to rebalance the use of our public ways. 5-year plan. We may want to increase the amount of green space. Right, and so, because that's the longer term target, how you get there. Each year that could shift because of financial resources. We've just heard about, some funding challenges that may be coming from the federal government. That could impact implementation. I think we have to start out at that 5-year target and then kind of work our way back. I think is important. Otherwise, you're always gonna be jerking back and forth.
Yeah, but in zoning, I mean, what we're really. And what I guess staff is looking for from us, are things like. Do we want to make zoning law more easily doable?
Right.
Do we want to provide opportunities for more density in appropriate places in town? And so, I mean, it's those concrete things that, is our role, not, anything much broader than that.
I think we're saying the same thing, but I think that staff and the
So,
community
yeah.
needs to understand that there is a long-term goal for zoning reform with for those attributes, right? Or green space with those attributes, or climate change with those attributes, so that we can define it. But anyway, that's I may not be articulating it well.
and,
Yeah. may not be either.
and I would add that many of those attributes. Are also articulated in other existing plans, like the housing production plan. That housing production plan has very specific goals. And we could, as one of our goals, say something like, we want our zoning reform to support this goal of the housing production plan, or this goal of the open space plan. And sort of marry those priorities, or, we might want, our transportation work to support this goal of the bicycle network plan.
Right.
So all of those things are.
Yeah,
Right, so that dovetailing off of what Michael just said, if we are setting goals such as. We want to increase the number of units, affordable units at 50% AMI. We want to increase the amount of open space preservation. Those sound like they're not necessarily in concert with one another, but they're different neighborhoods or different types of zoning reforms that one can try to effectuate. And then staff will look at those goals and say, okay, on this parcel, I think we could change the zoning so that we increase the number of units to 50% AMI. On this parcel, I think we could have more open space preservation. So they do the next level about how to achieve those goals. But we need to set them with some measure of specificity. Otherwise, it's too open.
And just on this example, I'm thinking about process and how we're gonna get you here, so that I just kind of get specific. So like, for this example, I know you were just throwing out like different amounts of units at whatever levels of AMI. Is that something that you all want to decide together of X units at Y AMI? Or is it from the housing production plan that says this is I think the housing production plan said like, this is the need.
Yeah, how can we through zoning say, what level of income houses will be built for? I mean, that's just not.
Well, through incentives, but what I envision, to answer your question, is close to what Michael said. So we have a housing production plan. I wouldn't do that 100% of the way though, because sometimes there might be plans that have a contradiction on something, and then we're the ones who could try to determine, well, which way we want to go. So I think, but 95% of the way, I would say lift the existing plans. What are the priorities that they have that we share? And where there are some conflicts, we sort those out as a board.
Okay, well,
Yeah, so as we're having this discussion, I'm thinking how, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm gonna ask the question. How do we create a longer term, so this is a 5-year, we're trying to do an intermediate planning process that can be supported but adjusted by a future select board. Every year, the select board changes, right? 1 to 2 seats is up to change. You know, how do you, whatever we do and whatever way we articulate it, it needs to be phrased in such a way that a future board can change it without creating so much whiplash for staff. That we waste money, right? That we're spending money on something and suddenly a board comes in and said, well, let's stop that. I think that's something that we need to consider. I don't know the answer to it, but
Maybe
it's
there
certainly.
is.
Yeah, I don't think there is an answer.
I think it goes back to what staff pointed out, and what you all pointed out, it's like, it is a tension of capturing the goals that this group of 5 has for staff, so they can like charge forward on it. And give them so they can have some consistency to do that work. And of course, like that is a push and pull, but. Yes.
And I also, it's interesting here, is that there's a political valence to that Paul has identified, which is very interesting, which is that sometimes these things become mutually informative processes. In a good electoral system, leaders set goals and set a program and policy platform out. And then the election, in effect, often becomes a referendum on that platform, in a sense of, it becomes the points by which, candidates debate. Well, the select board's 2030 goals are X, Y, and Z. Do you agree with those? If not, what would you change? Why would you change it? And that also provides a natural check on us and the community, and it gives the community the opportunity to gut check these. So it's not necessarily a bad thing if the goals change with the electorate. It means that the electorate is informing the goals in its own way. And I do think that because even if that results in change, what you are doing is you're setting the terms of the discussion.
Yeah.
Which is very valuable both to us on staff and then to the community more broadly.
Can I just say, I mean, what I think we need to focus on is, I hate acronyms, like SMART. But, that does give you some framework within which develop goals that, a future select board can change them, but if they're thought through, if they're, meet all those SMART criteria, so-called, it's less likely that a future board will see or will say that this is crazy, we have to change it, we have to throw it out. So I think that may be the solution to, this problem. That we just make sure that we think through our goals in a way that is looking towards the future.
So what I think I'm hearing on the process piece is I think it would be helpful to perhaps have a small workshop with department staff that are working on those 3 topic areas. And I don't know, we'll have to check in on open meeting laws and if, like, how to do that best. And maybe they could share, like, they could give a 1-pager handout on like what the key goals are in their plans. And then you all could kind of take that and think 1 level up on like, does this match your 5-year out goals?
And the three are.
Right now you have housing, infrastructure, and climate change.
And the reason why I asked that is the thing that I think is being most talked about is probably the biggest issue that we're facing is financial issues. It's not in there.
Because that's in the
missing.
process, that's in the top, that's when we have the like processy or internal ones. Our internal government's fiscal health and communication engagement.
Yeah, but fiscal, so from an electorate standpoint, from what Chaz just said, you know, the politics of issues and how those integrate with what the board's priorities are. Fiscal health is squarely in the wheelhouse of immediate priorities, because we're asking the voters, we may ask the voters to pony up more. And that is, you know, that needs to be front and center as
Okay.
part of any longer term plan. I wouldn't just stick that in, relegate that to process. Like,
No.
I don't think that's process. I think that's.
Right.
Can I just clarify what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
okay.
There, how I am, if you wanna change the word, that's fine. How my mind has bucketed your 6 priority areas is that there's internal, like, process things that allow all of your other work to happen. That's like some of the internal governance, the fiscal health and communication. Then there's these 3, like, content areas that you all have shared you're especially interested in. And I think the initial 3 of like the internal functioning pieces, you all already have a lot of thoughts of what you wanna see for them, and they would be like they are very important to the plan. But those content 3 are the ones where you don't have as much content right now, and that's what I'm suggesting you have maybe a workshop with department heads.
Yeah, and the
Anyway,
reason- Can I say one more thing, Bernard, just to follow up to
Okay,
my,
right.
I'm sorry, Mike, it's just, you know. Finances are everything, and the other thing besides finance that's greatly missing is education. Education is a huge component, and I know we're not completely in control of that, but education is a major issue. For a significant portion of the town.
Yeah,
And, you know, to not have any discussion about that around goals and objectives. I think it perpetuates this separation that we're experiencing between the town and the schools.
so we are separate. Anyway, we have to be a little careful, okay? Mike,
Couple of comments. Number one is that there was a discussion of sort of a base level of services with that. There was a comment about that. And to your point about education, you know, and roadways and so forth, I think that framing of how the select board thinks about those issues that everybody sort of depends on, but aren't necessarily ideas of change is a worthy sort of category in and of its own right. And the other thing that I wanted to say is with regard to the how do we get the data for the content areas? I don't know whether it is an administrative task or, you know, if there, you know, maybe it's an AI task. But to take all of the various plans that we already have and be able to extract and bucket the goals from those plans as sort of the baseline in advance of whether, you know, it's a workshop with staff to help understand those goals or just a conversation amongst ourselves, I think would be a very helpful and necessary first step.
David,
I second Michael's suggestion in part because we have these 60+ boards and commissions, some of which overlap and some of which do duplicative work. And so to have all of that collated together, so we can know what the suggestions are from the content experts, then we review those.
Yeah.
And we might say, well, from the Housing Advisory Board, we like goals number 1, 2, 4, and 5, not sure about 3, and we do that for all of them. That will help inform us. Because I think some of the feedback you're getting from staff in terms of the pushback on our setting goals is maybe they feel that some of our goals are not reflective of certain practical realities. But if we are looking at suggestions that are coming from content experts and we have department heads participating in this, then I think that concern would be assuaged.
And I just want to go back to the question of like how this process to develop this is going to pan out. Do you need to do this on fiscal health? Is that what you were saying? Like, are there documents on your fiscal goals that you want to be pulling from? Or are, like, it's like you all have thoughts on the goals for fiscal health?
We do have fiscal policies
Mhm.
that we might need to adjust in the context of our fiscal realities. But I think the overall goal of maintaining our fiscal health is well reflected in those policies.
Yeah,
But that's a very broad, saying we're gonna maintain our fiscal health is very broad. There's two ways of maintaining your fiscal health. You can live within Proposition 2.5. We lay people off because we can't maintain a level of service because costs are rising faster than revenue. Or the board could say, we're going to be looking at and developing a regular schedule of operating overrides to help keep costs and revenue aligned. I'm just, and I'm not saying that should be what the goal is, but I think we need to address that squarely as a policy priority, because otherwise we're always gonna be chasing our tails around rural expense.
I agree with you in part, but I think there's a third way, and I understand that many people say it's not realistic, but if you don't try, you definitely fail. And that's to expand the proverbial pie, and that also gets into zoning, and that gets into our efforts around commercial growth. And it gets into your bailiwick of Chestnut Hill West, but there may be other opportunities as well. And education in a different sense to the public about how our zoning can impact the amount of receipts that the town receives. And I think people need to understand that, and it might alter some people's perceptions about what is an acceptable zoning change and what isn't, if they understand the financial ramifications of it. If a certain zoning change reduces the likelihood of needing an override every 3 years, that might bring people on board, but if they're not aware of that, they might just say, no, that's too tall, forget it. And so I do think they go hand in hand, and that should be sort of a third category to what you said just now. What are our opportunities to bring in new growth? And that creates more flexibility around override schedules.
and we have that in the goals,
Yeah,
yeah.
we do. So do we keep moving? Can we go to the next topic here? I think where we have it is that we're going to include the content you want to include specific goals. We're gonna try to use existing source material, whether it's certain plans, whether it's from different public boards. Using that as like source, and then you all identifying which you want to include, which are most important to include and prioritize.
And the question is it just those three content areas or are we going to expand it a bit?
Well, like beyond those three.
Beyond those three, and the reason why I ask, again, I'm gonna go back to education. Education is so fundamental to why people come to Brookline and why people remain in Brookline. And the board's position on education will flow to the town school partnership, how the splits happen, how we actually maintain fiscal health. I do think the board should have a position and a goal.
Well, I mean, the goal should be to improve the functioning of the town school partnership. Because that's how we have an impact on education. It has to be a little more specific than what I just said, but I mean, the education that people move to Brookline for has to do with the content of the curriculum, et cetera, which we have no control over.
Well, it also has to do heavily with the resources that are
The research,
available
and that,
programs
that's,
that are available.
and that's through town school partnership.
Okay, we have to dig into this more, Bernard, but you say we're gonna improve the effectiveness of the town school partnership. I don't know what that means.
Well, we'll have to
Does that mean
flesh it out.
schools, expand schools? I just don't know what that means. And again, want education, and again, I'm the only parent that has children in the school system, right, on the board. So this, I have a perspective that is unique. And the thing that consistently we miss on the select board is a broader understanding of a longer term goal around education and everybody says education is important. But I don't think that the educational community naturally goes, oh, what does the select board think, right? They just don't, they always go to and I think we need to do a better job partnering with the school committee. In order to go to make that department as effective as it can be.
Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Do you think that the select board should affirmatively adopt the values and goals of the school committee? Or do you think we should be developing our own values and goals?
I think that we should be having a discussion with the school committee around values and goals for the schools and have common goals. Right now, there's not common goals. We did just sign a memorandum of understanding, which at least helps with some collaboration. But I don't think the town and the schools have ever been really on the same page. About, it's always been this tension. I mean, again, as a school parent, I don't see how the select board is actually aiding and helping to solve that problem. If anything, I think we're probably more of a barrier to it than anything else.
I guess what is the problem that's not being solved? I mean, there's fiscal issues and then there are educational issues.
So it's primarily financial.
Okay.
But those financial issues are born out of programs and policies with education. Again, there's this firewall between the two that I'd like to see us continue to bring up. Chaz has.
Yeah,
I think here, the big issue on our end, from a practical standpoint, is shared resources, right? There is. By necessity, the town and the school share some resources, share. Public buildings, we share. We share groundskeeping, we share a variety of things. IT, and those are handled in different ways across different departments. And since I've been here, it has been, I wouldn't say my single-minded focus, there are a lot of things that keep me focused, but it's been a repeated theme with me in the town school partnership, and I think the Berkeley News article captured some of my frustration with this, is that we have not been able to successfully reevaluate in a way that makes sense for both town and schools how that relationship works, and that does have a fiscal impact. It can save money in some situations, but not all. But saving money is also not the be all and the end all of that. Efficiencies are important too. Efficiencies beyond money are important too. And I think that's an area where the schools feel a lack of trust. And that lack of trust comes from this idea that, well, the town just wants to control what we're doing. And I think one, nothing could be further from the truth. I do not want to run the schools, and I do not. That's not my job. I don't. It's not in my contract, for a reason. But I understand where that concern comes from. And so having the select board be participants in that discussion with the school committee at that leadership to leadership level to say, we're not here to look over your shoulder and figure out who's teaching algebra. We're here to help you do the things that are not teaching the kids. The things like running your buildings and making sure your computer systems are up, that are vital to the work that you do, but that often get put by the wayside because when people think of the school committee, they think purely of pedagogical things, which again, maybe that's as it should be. In which case, maybe it is then on the town side to take some of that burden on and say, look, we'll help clean your buildings, we'll help cut your grass, we'll help keep your computers up, we'll help run your gyms and all the things that aren't necessarily your property that you still rely on. And, build that healthy relationship so there's not this sense of distrust or a sense of, oh, if I call the town, I'm not going to get a response. So there is work to be done there that I think can be done at the select board level, in terms of strengthening the relationship with the school committee and making sure they know that we don't want to be strong partners with them, not an oversight body.
I'm curious how this feeds into the.
Well, I think it came up for, do you need another priority area on schools? So it's saying I think it sounds like there's agreement on how to handle those 3 content areas. And do you want more? I think was your question. And maybe
It is the largest department in the school budget. I mean, in the town budget, right?
Yeah.
The overall budget for I don't think town and schools, I think there's a budget. The largest single dollar item is education. And we don't have any goals around it. Now, maybe it's what Bernard says, it's to do something with the town school partnership. I don't know how to articulate it. It just feels funny to me as a big miss that the select board has nothing to say about education, which is the largest single expense in.
But our previous goals included establishing the expenditure and revenue committee.
Yeah.
That along with the town school partnership is how we have an impact, a major impact on the school. And I think that is, I mean, that's really what gives, that's really within our wheelhouse.
Do we have any goal for the town school partnership?
You, in this,
Yeah.
in your initial draft goals, you do, I'm just trying to find, and I think it's, okay, yeah. You have a whole goal that's, improve collaboration and coordination with the school committee, and then some examples of specifics are. Improve the town school partnership and make it a more effective bridge between the school committee and the select board. Consider developing a mission and bylaws. Increasing awareness between the select board and the school committee, for example, presentations at each other's meetings. I've heard maybe this is actually happening already. And then invite town school partnership members to share their verbal statements at town meeting in advance. And
So with that,
Yeah.
there, does that, and we have these other three content areas, are we saying that those goals would not show up anywhere because?
they're right now, they're within the internal alignment, efficiency and government. I don't need that.
Okay.
Internal.
I guess I'm a little confused about the difference between three content areas and this other bucket.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
by
there's.
the way, I must admit that I'm a little confused about this too.
So maybe,
Thank you.
maybe we should have gone over this at the start.
Yeah.
Okay, so starting on page 7.
By the way, that's not your fault, it just.
It's a lot.
Confused, that makes me.
Right.
Okay, so you all identified 6 priority areas. The first one is the internal alignment, efficiency and governance. Those top level bullets are what you all started to identify as goals. So there's one around getting a full level of understanding of required base services.
Okay, what page are you on?
7. The next one is increase awareness and collaboration across town government. Prioritize modernization and efficiency of town government, improve communication and engagement with town meeting, make public bodies more efficient and effective, make large town planning projects more efficient and ideally coordinated. Moving on to page 8 now, improve collaboration and coordination with school committees, so that's what those are, improve enforcement of policies. That's one.
Can you give me a copy of what you're reading? Because the pagination is definitely on.
That's very good. So
What?
that's all the internal piece. Then you have the fiscal health.
Yeah.
So those are increased communication about precarity and breadth of the town's financial challenges, so residents and staff are more aware. Identify efforts and services that could be prioritized for work and funding over the next 5 years through this process. So it's kind of the content area one. Actively pursue ways to increase revenue, proactively explore use of nonprofit institutional assets. Then there's the communication and engagement priority area. And so you have improve the select board's ability to respond to residents, improve coordination and navigability of town governments and services, improve townwide dissemination of engagement, broaden the pool of residents engaged and reflected in decision-making beyond the loudest voices, market Brookline to potential residents, especially to those not currently reflected in town demographics. And then you have the 3 that are, again, maybe we need to change the name, the content.
The content is what threw me off. Where did that title come from? That heading? That we just made.
I think it's made up. Yeah, it could definitely change. It's just trying
Because it's
to,
all content. I don't know.
yeah, I guess, yeah. And so very open to suggestions. The difference is, I think some of them are like more internal functioning. Those first 3 that we just went through, and then the last 3 are the housing infrastructure and climate change. Which are more work that the town government is doing. We can take those buckets away. We were just reviewing what priority areas that you are, which is, it starts on page 7, I believe, that you all have identified.
So I guess, so for some reason, this conversation's like landed focusing on the content priority areas. That's what you kept mentioning, and I'm just wondering why.
Oh, that's
Because we
just our
haven't-
first takeaway. We've spent almost all of this time talking through one of the initial takeaways from the design head.
Hmm.
And they continue. We have a much more to go
Okay.
on.
I guess what I would say instead of content priority areas is that these are These are areas of community improvement as opposed to areas of sort of government or internal improvement. I mean, if you needed to bucket them separately.
And maybe we don't. I think that's fine. Okay,
The other point that I wanted to make, that's okay, to Paul's question of sort of where to draw the set of goals for these areas. I think you actually have to look at the full set of plans that have established goals. You know, I'm thinking about the transportation plan, the plastic network plan, the housing production plan, the comprehensive plan, and the carbon. And the other 20 some plus plans that we have, because many of those plans end up overlapping into these areas, like our open space plan affects climate change and housing and infrastructure. And so I don't think you can say, okay, so these are the housing plans and these are the infrastructure plans and those are the only ones we're gonna look at, we are purposefully ignoring the rest of the plans. I don't think that's right.
So Michael, there's two ways to do this. There's a bottoms up, right, which is to consolidate and bring the other plans together that have been developed and see what comes out of it, and then say, do we want to affirm this? Or do we want to change it? Or there's a tops down, which is we agree on what the priorities are, and then others go into those plans to harvest the things that are related to the goals of the select board. You could do both.
Yes.
You can certainly run it through AI and take every one of those plans and stick it in and say,
Right.
tell me what the common priorities are.
I think the reason to start with what you're calling the bottoms up approach, that I would call sort of the expertise informed approach, is to take advantage of that expertise, and bring it together
And we're complete.
for our sort of review and consideration.
What I was thinking of.
David,
I agree with Michael's idea. I think that we want to take advantage of the expertise that exists within town. These other boards have put in a lot of time and effort into crafting their goals based on their particular knowledge areas. And again, that's not saying that we're taking it at face value necessarily, but it comes to us, we review it, and then we ultimately decide which ones we want to adopt, which ones we don't want to adopt, which ones we might want to modify. Because something else to keep in mind, and I don't want the other boards and commissions to feel that we are somehow disrespecting them by not accepting their goals wholesale. In many instances, we might, but they are looking at issues from their particular purview. And sometimes when they are doing that, they're not considering what a different board that has a different purview, how they might look at it and how it might contradict with their goal. That's where we come in.
So you're not advocating that every single board and commission, we review their documentation. You're looking probably at formal plans that have developed and been submitted.
Exactly.
Right? Probably to the board that we've received.
Right, let's look at what the goals are they have come up with based on their respective processes. We review them, and then we determine which ones we would like to adopt.
maybe we need AI to help us.
Well, I mean, I
I
actually.
I
did
think
this.
that's a good idea.
I actually did this with a number of the plans as part of, for me to help get my head around
Okay.
the comprehensive plan, was I ran these through AI, and it's remarkable what it spits out. It's actually pretty good.
Okay,
okay,
so where are we, Abby?
let's move to our second.
Lunch? No, that's it.
Okay, okay. So this is about base service provision and internal operations, and so the feedback that I heard. I won't use the word loudly this time, the feedback that I heard from a lot of people is like, hey, what we do, which is critical to what the town does and the services that it provides every day, and this is like what Sean was picking up on before, is not reflected here. And I think what our conversation had been in July, or what your conversation had been in July was yes, like this is all important. Maybe we need to understand more what the base services are, and if it's like thinking about like a pie diagram, maybe, I don't know, 75% of what the town government spends its energy on is base services, but you want to have feedback on what that remaining slice of the pie should be, and that's where these priority areas or the content priority areas come in.
It really is a good point. Base services.
Let me just see if there's any other, oh, I also just heard like you have amazing base services, like everyone was like, we're doing a really good job compared to a lot of towns, like we should be proud of this and like claim, like we're doing a great job.
And education is a base service.
Yeah.
We could put that in here.
Yeah.
There was also conversation about the modernization and digitization, which you all had a goal on that, and the staff were definitely in support of that. And then there are a number of kind of specifics of ways you could incorporate this, but what do you all think? What are your thoughts on the base services idea?
First of all, I totally agree with Paul in the sense that our base services are excellent and we should be trumpeting that. In terms of the internal, improving our internal quality of our government, whatever those other three things are, that are
Yeah.
not the content. We should be looking at communication around our base services, like how do we get them out there? We should be looking at efficiencies. We should be looking at, how do we gather feedback on the effectiveness of our base services? I mean, if we think that they're great internally and then our community or our electorate thinks that, they're not as good as we think we are internally, like we should know that and be able to we should be able to align those two sets of expectations, whether it's with outbound communication or inbound. So I think that, base services are, are critically important and we should be also thinking about continuous improvement.
But isn't the idea of base services a way to just let us know where we have the room to come up with goals?
Mhm.
And the base services are there and what's left over is what we can sort of propose in our goals and perspectives to use.
But, if base services are taking 75% and we can identify efficiencies that turn that 75% into 70%,
Yeah, that's
then
true.
that
There's
has a
more
measurable
yes.
impact.
But still, what's left over is what we're working with.
I was just gonna make a similar point, Michael just said in response.
So maybe, and when I was thinking about this, I was like, okay, what would your potential goals be around base service? Is it just like continue to provide them? And then after 5 years, hopefully you would say yes, like, is that really useful? But maybe it sounds like it's, figure out if there are potential ways to make them more efficient, so you can free up some of the pie, get some feedback on them, like make sure and communicate
Or
them,
improve them, I mean.
or improve.
Yeah.
Some. And then I know John also had a hand too.
Well, I would say, in answer to your question, one of the things I would love to see highlighted is that we do a more regular and consistent job of reporting on our progress through the course of a year on delivering this or that base service that we said we were gonna deliver over the course of the year. And I always bring this back to fixing switches, because it's just an easy example. At the beginning of the year, quote unquote, it's quite likely that we have already said, this year we want to fix A, B, C, D, E, and F streets, okay? But then do we follow up and say, how are we doing? How are we doing after 4 months? I know they have a construction season, so, it's driven by the construction season. But did we actually do all of those streets? And if we didn't, what problems did we run into? And then we would also have a metric for saying, how about our neighboring communities? Are they actually executing better than we are in terms of keeping up with the need to fix streets? Do they do anything different than we do? That's an easy example. There's many other examples besides fixing streets, but I just find it an easy one to get my head around.
I think that John touches upon another value to emphasizing what our base services include and how successful they are, because when we get into conversations about overall fiscal health and whether we're going to put an override on the ballot, voters want to know that their money is being well spent. And right now, I'm not sure that they necessarily know that. But if we're tracking things in a way that John says, and to use the same example, that we targeted 20 roads for repairs and we did 22. And that, the voters would love hearing that. And
Yeah.
that actually increases confidence in town functions. And so I think it is appropriate to address base services from even just the educational perspective. I don't mean schools, but just this is what base services cover. This is what each department was set out to do this year, and this is how they performed.
I was gonna say that you raised that one point, at the end. I think it would be very educational for us as a board to see if we can agree on what base services are. What are those things that we fundamentally need to do? And continue to invest in, because when we get to a financial challenge, where do you cut, and what's, if we had to make a choice? Or if we wanted to expand services, maybe we wanna change what we're investing in as a base service, and it's something that was once a base, maybe it's being adjusted. It would be really helpful to see if we agree on what base services.
Michael?
To your example of the roadways, there are two values actually that we could be looking at. One is the value of accountability, which is, we said we were going to do this and we did that. Okay, but the other value, and I'm not quite sure what the right word is, but it's to say, you know, the streets are at this level of condition at the beginning of the year, and then the streets are at this level at the end of the year. And, you know, how do we feel as a select board, and how does the community feel about that level of progress? Right, because we may be saying what we're gonna do, and we may be knocking it out of the park in terms of what we said. But if the community says, in particular, you know, well, but, you know, my street still has 27 potholes. Or, you know, the route that I take between, you know, my home and my work, you know, takes me an extra 20 minutes and costs me an extra $100 on a blown tire. Or more, then like, we really haven't delivered. So both of those things are important.
Oh,
One quick point about streets, so. I think that staff would, first, it's helpful for us to oversee, are they making progress on streets? But what may also be very valuable to them is to understand where they should be investing the dollars. Should they be fixing that side street that has some potholes, or should they be investing in expanding bike lanes? Right, that's the type of information that I think is really important for them to know, which would be guidance from the select board versus, did you fix, what percentage of potholes did you fix in a year? I think that's the type of, the former is what we should be offering as guidance is, should you be changing how you're spending the money? In addition to maybe we increase money.
okay,
Were you gonna say something?
no,
Oh, I was just going.
looking at you for that.
Okay, great. Yeah, it sounds like I feel like I see a path in that base service provision, so that's helpful. I just wanna highlight one other thing in some of the ideas that I heard from department heads, which is around basically to be able to provide their base services, some of the internal operations work that they do, they would prioritize for funding, or they would want to see. And there's a lot of like the digitization, there's like some like streamlining of online like permitting processes, both for staff, but also for residents that have to, it's like a huge challenge, I guess, to get all of the different licenses and permits and whatnot.
And there's a lot of requests for new staff.
For new staff.
For new staff, I mean,
Yeah.
and it sort of seems overwhelmed.
Yeah, and that's, we have the next section here, staff resources and physical space. And of course, keep in mind, I asked them like, what are your big goals? What do you need to be able to accomplish them? So like, of course, you are going to hear about resources when you ask that
Yeah.
question. But I just want to highlight for you that they are thinking about like, we need to, if we want to improve some IT stuff, we need to get everything to the cloud. That costs money and whatnot. So just, I'm not sure if there's an action here that you all need to take at this exact point, but just something to sit on, I guess. Okay. I would love to give you a break. What do you all think? We have a few more to go.
Well, okay, maybe we should just do a few more.
I mean,
Or
I
what do
think
other people think?
Well, we're gonna work through lunch.
we said working lunch.
Yeah.
Do you want like a 5-minute restroom stand-up break?
But we need 10 minutes to gather.
10 minutes.
They bring
It's
you
like
much in.
5 minutes.
15.
Oh, okay, so it's gonna be.
So we need
Why
that.
don't we wait till 12:15?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay.
You need someone else in the bathroom break.
I feel bad holding you all against your will.
You are hurting cats, yeah, I realize. Yes.
And so I regret not walking us through the priority areas as a reminder in the beginning, but I'm glad we got here
Yeah.
now. Okay, let's go to staff resources and physical space. So I heard a lot about this. One kind of on the staff resources piece, I would say there's two parts of this. One is some departments feel like they would just need more staff to be able to provide some of these space services, and then additional goals too.
Sorry.
Yeah,
What
page
what
three,
page you on?
page three. And then part two is that especially some department heads mentioned
Yeah.
this, that they're having trouble always attracting and retaining staff and having more competitive salaries for specific positions would be really helpful. And then I did hear, I think to Bernard's point earlier, that at least in some departments, first, this is like pretty specific, so this is not a general sentiment I heard, but I do wanna reflect it that at least in some departments, some staff are having some low morale because of some government public interactions, and then feeling like they have low salaries. So that combination.
What does government public interactions mean?
Yeah, it's mean that like, there's a lot of frustration that people have right now. This is not specific to Brookline at government staff.
I think here they're talking about the various boards and commission, I mean, that it's my understanding, various boards and commissions that have to deal with public input that sometimes can be difficult.
I don't know if it was
And-
specific to the boards and commission, it was a little more broad than
Yeah,
that.
well, whoever comes to the meeting.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
I mean, all you need to do is go read Brookline Online. And I mean, people are using that like social media to attack staff. It's outrageous.
Yeah.
so I think that was being felt in some
Yeah,
places, it's,
yeah.
it's a hard time.
Yeah.
I mean, I work with the Massachusetts Municipal Association too, and this is definitely not a Brookline specific problem, and it still affects.
So this is primarily customer facing roles.
Yeah, yeah.
Constituent facing.
Yeah. And then the next key piece here is about constrained or degrading physical space limits. So like your building specifically, and there's even a request, like when in one of your priority areas on infrastructure, they were saying like municipal buildings should be included. They were asking, are municipal buildings included in infrastructure here? Because we see some real needs. Whether it's like wanting new spaces or just like our current spaces falling apart. So I agree with that.
Are most of these requests around fulfilling base services?
Yeah, and so the few that I tried to include some examples here, so I heard like police department station parking seems to, I think, to be an issue there, like limits there. The fire department stations, both the like not having room for like women sleeping quarters and bathrooms, so it's like a gender equity challenge, and then also
Which
maybe,
we've addressed.
yeah, okay, so yeah, so and this is,
Process, yeah.
I'm sure these are not new. Like the idea of a new council on aging facility in South Brookline to be able to reach people there, community center. Yeah,
So this gets back to Paul's question about like what are base services, because if you
Mm.
expand your notion of base services to include a community hub for gathering
yeah.
in a new community center, then like, oh yeah, we need the money for base services, but maybe base is the long term, maybe it's like, what is our current service level?
I thought somewhere we said, what are the mandatory services that we have to, and mandatory meaning debt service, being the obvious one,
Yeah,
schools, that's mandatory.
We have a council, we currently provide council on aging services, right? So the
Yeah.
question is, do you,
Is that mandatory?
well, it's a base service today, it's level of service, and you could expand it by adding something to South Brookline. That would be an expansion beyond.
right,
Right.
but this gets to your
Yeah.
point, that like people's concept of what. People's understanding of what constitutes base services is not necessarily uniformly happening.
Yeah.
So I think maybe separate it out in the manner that Bernard suggested. What are mandated services? and what are our level services. So have base mean more what's mandated.
So legally required.
Right, what's legally required under state, and federal law and town by law
Yeah.
for us to do. And then separate from that, what is our level service,
That'd be very
because we're doing extra.
Yeah.
And so understanding what that is,
Yeah.
to me, the South Brookline. Center idea, I'm not sure that is a legal mandate, so I would not include that under the mandatory services. But it's certainly not currently with our level services, it's a nice to have, it's important to have, I think.
It's expectation too.
Right,
I think the word base is actually doing more harm than good in terms of this confusion.
Yeah.
So you're better off saying mandatory versus.
Well, or expected services.
Well,
which is really-
that's sort of a
That's
third,
different. That's
that's a
different.
third.
yes.
Right, so the level of services that we have, right, and then there's the expected level of service.
Yeah.
And we may only be able to fund up to the level of services that we have. I mean, the schools, I'm sure, are going through this.
We use, and then schools use level service funding, right?
Right, and what does level of service funding mean? Does it mean like, does it include the things that we haven't cut because of just the recent fiscal challenges?
Right.
Or not?
Right, I like that, so mandatory, level, expected.
Yeah,
Okay.
Getting our terminology right would be a big goal of this.
that's
Someone
great.
has a lot of work to do. for this.
Someone does. Yeah. And wait till you get to the implementation. Yes. And so for the mandatory piece, would the goal just be like, continue? So
Well, we
like,
don't, I think the first thing is to get everybody on the same page and around. I don't
Which
think
those
we
are-
all understand what are the legally mandated services. Right, and then what are the level services that we're providing,
Mhm.
and then what's the nice to have? And all of those are knobs that we could turn to some extent, even on mandatory services. You could
You could not.
slow or speed it up.
Because some of these specific examples, I don't think any of these fall into the mandatory category. I mean, maybe a little bit around parking for the handicapped, et cetera, but overall. All of this, I would think, falls either under level or expected.
Right.
It does affect staff retention
Yes.
if you
Yeah.
don't have a place to shower.
Right.
Right, but we're working on that with fire
Yes,
stations.
I mean, another one that's sort of interesting, like our current level of service includes funding employee healthcare at a certain percentage,
Mhm.
right? That's not mandatory,
Right.
right? That's the level of service.
And also with a level of service example around our schools, the materials fee program.
And
That's not mandatory, but that's something we do to help attract municipal employees to Brookline, and I don't think we always do a good job of raising awareness that that's something that we offer as a benefit. And again, not required, but we do it, and that's part of our level of service.
Okay, so it sounds like, I mean, definitely the exercise of separating these out sounds important. And maybe none of these other things would right now get incorporated into the.
Well, it's,
What?
it's hard to balance those things for incorporation to our roadmap, especially with fiscal health
Exactly.
being part of
yeah.
our roadmap until we have the data.
And maybe this is, I didn't include this explicitly and maybe I should have, but one reflection is I think this communication of the fiscal health and precarity and that you all are feeling, I'm not sure has trickled out yet to everyone that I've talked to, or that wasn't like a key top, like people are definitely aware that it's like something that's coming and thinking about it, but they weren't like, oh gosh, we're in crisis mode. So maybe there's some communication at some point.
Yeah, Dave.
Just in terms of the sequencing, I think this discussion we're having right now about mandatory level expected. It's critically important that we get that information before we set goals, because I would think that in our prioritization of goals, if there's something we're not doing that's mandatory, we would want to prioritize that. So we need to have an understanding of, are we doing everything that we're required to do? Plus what's level but not mandatory.
Jess, can the budget be kind of sorted, categorized that way? Is that?
Some difficulty.
Is it worth it?
Um,
It's good.
So I think this is always a good time to kind of think too about where your cost drivers are. Your cost drivers are predominantly employees. It's salaries and benefits make up more than 80% of your budget. And so when we talk about programming, that actually, you're already talking closer to like, 15, 14, 13% of your budget. And there's then this question of, to what extent are you dancing on the head of a pin here a little bit? But so yes, theoretically, we could say, for example, I could ask a department, so we're currently providing this level of service we're currently providing is X, and there are Y vacant positions. If those positions stay vacant, how would your services be impacted? And we're doing that kind of work now as we prepare for a potential no override scenario. And there are situations, for example, it is now mandatory for us to implement this tree protection bylaw. And it's killing staff. It's really, really hard. So that's something that we have a focus on. But by the same token, it's difficult to then say, okay, right now I have 7 people devoting, right now, an average of a quarter of their day to the tree protection bylaw. How many bodies does that make in reality? How do I divide out those salaries? How do I then say, all right, this is the cost of the mandatory service? I can do those, we can work on those estimates, but it quickly becomes complex.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just thinking, for example, we could decide to include in our override for the next year, because we didn't have a tree protection bylaw in the last override, the funding for those 7 quarter positions, with the explicit trade-off that, like, we wouldn't do that work, right? That what you're describing is basically an unfunded mandate.
Yes.
Right, and so if town meeting approves a budget that does not include those positions, then I don't know how to what degree we would be held accountable for not doing that work.
I will say, because we dealt with this when this was out there, right? If town meeting passes a bylaw, we have to enforce a bylaw, right? We're within the constraints of the budget that we have. So you have some executive discretion to say, this mandate is funded only to X point, but it's not as if I could say, well, we're not gonna do anything. We're doing the best we can with the resources we have. And so that's one area. I don't want to get too far afield from the whole discussion, but I just want to say, when this framing of level budget, nice to have, and mandated services is something that we're going to talk about in expenditures and revenues in the coming weeks. And so we're going to do our best to kind of build that out. But I don't know necessarily how helpful that is for you in building out your goals, in the sense that it then you say it's hard sometimes to translate into what it means in terms of your goals and objectives.
But it does give us a sense of how much we have to work with.
Yes, yeah.
And that's really the point.
Yeah.
John?
But to Michael's point, which I think is a very good one, if, for example, voters reject an override for enforcement, having been given the information about how much it's costing us, et cetera, to me, that kind of liberates us not to go forward with providing those inspections. I mean, do we listen to an initiative from town meeting, even if voters have rejected funding it? I don't think so. And I think it's a good test, because otherwise we're just, vulnerable at any time to yet another initiative of that nature, and then another one after that, and if the answer is, well, no matter what the voters say, we still have to enforce it, it means, yeah, but did we ever give the voters the choice of the consequences of enforcing it, which is, now that we're spending the money on pre-enforcement, we don't have money for some other service that they expect to have,
I'm pretty confident that legally we can't just pick and choose what we
Yeah.
want to enforce or not. That's the law in the books. We have to enforce it, period. But where I agree with you and Michael, and where I think this effort is nevertheless beneficial, is if the voters reject funding it, then there's a very good case to be made to go back to town meeting and say, look, the voters don't value this, they rejected it, so let's reverse and take it off the books.
Or modify it so that we can do something with it.
There's many laws in the books that we don't enforce.
Or go back.
Or to the extent that is required by, as defined by the law. What is the recourse if voters say, we don't want to fund 7 positions to enforce the tree bylaw, and we don't enforce the tree bylaw
Well,
to the extent that's called, what, I'm asking, what is the recourse?
If the select board says we're not gonna operate, we don't have the money, so we're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Well, there could be a 10 taxpayer suit, I assume, or, in general, you could bring a mandamus petition in those, which basically means the government is mandated to do something, it's not doing it. So you can go to court and say, I want you to affirmatively direct the local government to do what it's required to do.
But to pick, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
To pick up on David's point, which I think is excellent. The next step after the voters reject it would be, we go back to town meeting.
Right.
But this time, we say, the voters have rejected funding this, and so we're gonna have to take money out of the police department to
Yeah.
fund it. We're gonna have to take money, we thought we were gonna give X to the schools, but now we have to give X minus this. Nobody ever had to make that decision when town meeting just says, we wanna have this bylaw that's gonna cost all kinds of money to enforce. Maybe then they would see the light of day.
Right, I think that's the approach to take.
Yeah,
So give town meeting some options.
yeah.
Has that ever happened before? In recent
I
history?
think something like it has maybe happened, there's some sequence of events that led to us having to go back to town meeting to say, we didn't tell you the first time around how much this was gonna cost, now we can tell you how much it's gonna cost.
Well, we
The
had-
composting, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that was on the ballot, right, we put an optional, the question 2B asked, do people want, in addition to the space override, do they want to spend an extra roughly $2 million for a composting program? And that was voted down. We said, okay, voters have spoken. There will be no home composting pickup. We have still expanded composting options though.
But there is, the reason why I said that, there was things on the books that doesn't get enforced to the extent that is on the book. So let's take traffic enforcement as an example, right? We enforce traffic regulations to the extent that we have staff police coverage, right? So many people would argue we should do more, but we don't have the financial resources to have the coverage. Is that different than the tree bylaw?
No, and that's what's happening now, right, is very similar to that, which is, yes, we have this bylaw on the books, we have a process and we have built processes to the extent that we can to build it out. If you go to apply for a permit, you have to apply for the tree protection and so forth. That exists, it's now out there and it's rolling out. Where we struggle is with enforcement.
Inspection.
And that leads to potentially cascading impacts. And I just want to be clear, when I say 7 people are not working full-time on the tree bylaw. Right now, it's a bunch of people working some of their time on the tree bylaw, trying to make this work. So I don't want people to say that, I don't want that to get out there and people say, oh my gosh, 7 people are working. That's not what's happening. 7 people are working on it, but they're working on it at different times of the day.
Right, but there was an estimate that was provided to town meeting, it was like, I think it was like $400,000 a year.
Yeah.
And it sounds like that estimate is relatively accurate.
Yes.
Okay, I think lunch is about to come. Should we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Tree bylaw, there's that compilation.
That's
It's the same.
I just wanna be-
I should do this, otherwise
Okay.
You're gonna be able to come with 3 with.
And you sent over just here on the edge.
But if you don't do the enforcement.
Yeah.
If Sherry did, it says join on.
I never bought that.
I never bought it either. Now, they've used numbers in Cambridge, and I keep wondering,
Yeah.
like, how did those numbers,
Thank you.
come about in Cambridge? I'm not so sure, so. Hey, that's your question, I've got it. Check.
Yeah, I emailed phone, this criteria on it, and so I just wanna make sure I had it clear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, is she gonna get back to you?
No, I'll get back to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
great,
Yeah.
okay, thanks. I promise not to spend anything.
No, there are certain accounts we do have to suppress because it's confidential.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
so it's not like the full
Yeah.
picture. So-
Yeah, okay.
And if you're plumbing for something, that's totally fine, do what you wanna do, but if there's something you're looking for, we may be able to provide an easier.
Well, I may have even mentioned it, I mean, for starters,
This is for happy, who's right there.
I don't think we are muted, right?
Yeah.
Are we muted? Muted, right?
Great question.
All right. Okay,
I just know that sometimes my eating is not very pretty,
that's a good thing you don't have the big mound of meat.
right?
Okay, so let's go on to, so we have one. Two, three, we have four more of these to go, we're trying to end at one. So we might need to do slightly briefer reviews of each of these. So the first one on page 3 at the bottom is about public boards. And so I heard from a lot of department heads that, like, one, they really appreciate how engaged residents are in all of these different public boards. And yeah, that's been a very helpful part of their work, and that they think that there is opportunity and that it would be beneficial to streamline some of them. It would make some of the work more efficient. And so they some folks are recommending either, well, one option would be you could establish a committee that would try to streamline some of the public bodies, which is a little ironic to have another committee, there's streamline committees. But that is one option. So is there a way to try to streamline some of the public bodies? And then another idea is to try to reduce some of the administrative effort that running the public bodies requires. And so I think this is some of the town meeting laws around, like, posting, like the different posting of minutes by certain dates and notices and things, and that just takes a lot of time for staff that are running.
But we're stuck with that, has town meetings that do it.
And so, but could someone
Well,
propose something?
What we, yeah,
Change that?
you know, warrant article,
Yeah,
was it passed? But the idea of reducing boards, and we've already been doing that, and if you go into the archive. Menu item on our website, you'll see all the boards that have been. You know, terminated.
so you
With
feel
great
like this is
prejudice.
already happening?
Well, I think, yeah, it's happening, and, you know, that's really something that, you know, is Tiffany is working on, and that. And yeah, all we need to do is just encourage it.
I can't think of any boards, so since I've been on the board, I can't think of us having a discussion about eliminating.
There was one,
Well, yeah, one,
zoning and,
yeah,
Well, we
Land
talked,
use or something.
we talked about the Human Resources Board.
which is coming from me.
but what I'm referring to are boards that have been inactive for years and we're still on the list of boards, and we just got rid of them into the archive.
There is one board about that. The BHS committee the building committee for BHS expansion, which is not flexibility, but still.
So, go ahead.
I think the other interesting question, so I actually did a sort of all the boards. And who supports them, and, you know, there are like 11 or 12 that are all in planning and community development. And it would be interesting, for example, to take a holistic look at that set to see whether they, you know, should some of them be subcommittees? I've had lots of discussions with various people about what actually is the role of a planning board. You know, and, you know, relative to the comprehensive plan and also relative to other things that they do. Or other sort of areas of planning, because right now they're mostly a design review board, which is not all they could be.
Who's the design?
Is the planning board, you know, that, as Matt Hyatt said to me, he said, you know, their primary role is to make sure that if there are bad architects, that the designs that those bad architects come up with are subject to review.
So I think one area here where you may want to think about is, when they talk about administrative burden, I think what they're really talking about is staff time, staffing needs. And it's kind of it's not a house, it's more than support, but it's a situation where there are kind of two potentially bad options, which is one, a committee, you could staff a committee, you can find someone to work odd hours, oftentimes these committees will meet during the workday. Staff committee, which again, is fine, it's in many cases, it's expected of us, and that's what we do. But for some of these that, that adds up because so many of them are in planning, that means a lot of it, there's a lot of pressure on planning staff to work unorthodox hours in order to get this done. Or you could leave the committees to their own devices, you could say, we'll set up the Zoom, we'll turn on the recording, we'll let you go. And we do that with some committees, who staff themselves or feel capable of doing that work. But then you run the risk of that committee doing some work, coming, working on its own for a while, then coming to staff and saying, oh, hey, we've been working for the last 5 weeks on this, and for us to say, well, can't do that actually, and they throw up their hands and say, then why, where were you 5 weeks ago? So being able to think about how to ensure that boards and committees have the tools and the conversations they need in order to be productive and feel like their contributions are worthwhile and not just gonna be subject to, a review or a no later. But also done in such a way that the administrative burden on staff is somewhat less. Again, there's no way we're not gonna get out of doing meetings off hours, like that has to happen, that's how government works. But to the extent that we can talk about when is a staff person necessary? What role do they serve? How are boards and committees meant to be in communication with their select board liaison and with their staff liaison? That information will be helpful, and standardizing that process will be helpful.
Chaz, what percentage of board and commissions have staff support?
I don't really answer that, but we can.
Most of them
Most,
do.
yeah.
Mhm.
We should, I mean,
Almost all.
we should be very conscious
Yeah.
about which boards and commissions get staff support, which ones don't. Because I do think, just like, when you see a town meeting, moderators committee,
Mhm.
they don't get staff support. They're left to their own devices. They have the ability to set up a Zoom, they have the ability to publish meeting minutes. But we should be very selective, I think, about who gets a certain level of support. And not every board and commission is, I think, equal, I think.
I think that's actually good enough for now, like, I think. Seems like there's shared feeling around this, and maybe one of the goals is to think about whether it is streamlining, maybe it is specific to planning, to your point. Or which are gonna get staff support, like, I think that could be one of the shorter term goals for the 20. I do wanna give a shout out to Tiffany, and I definitely heard appreciation for the handbook. And like trying to clarify and systematize some of that, seems helpful. Okay, the next piece here was just around, that a lot of the department heads have appreciated select board, the role of the liaison between public bodies and select board. And I think over time, because there is such turnover, there is not necessarily standard how the liaising happens between a public body and the select board, and perhaps there's an activity here of what is it, maybe defining what it means to be a liaison to a public body and laying that out for newer select board members coming on. And so there's a shared understanding of that. I'm not sure if that's important.
Is that just in addition to the public bodies?
Is there a liaison role of a select board member in the handbook?
It is stated in the handbook, yeah.
Okay, so maybe it already exists.
But I don't know how clearly it defines maybe what staff is asking for. I don't know.
Maybe the question back to staff is, given that this is in the select board handbook, how would you include it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If there are like specific areas of jurisdiction, I'm using that word loosely, of like the kinds of things that select board that would be valuable for select board members to add, like, is this possible? What are the political ramifications?
Yeah.
A good question to ask too, I think, is, what is the reason that we have liaisons to some boards but not to other boards? And do we actually need to continue the liaison role for every single board where there's a liaison assigned right now? Well, just to give you an example. I'm the liaison to the Indigenous Peoples Celebration Committee. I have an understanding with them that, you know, I'm not comfortable playing a role in their meetings in the sense that they've had a focus on having people with Indigenous heritage be the committee. And so I'd much rather that they feel comfortable, you know, exercising that responsibility as people who claim that heritage and not having to sort of listen to me speak, you know, sort of without that authenticity. No, nor do I feel they have shown any need for a select board liaison. I mean, they're sort of self-governing in terms of, they now have a procedure for choosing their chair and of any other officers. And they meet monthly and they do a really good job of organizing and they report to, staffers, an important staff person. You know, the head of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. So, you know,
Yeah, I mean, Caitlin provides the
Yeah,
services they
yeah,
need, but I
yeah.
don't think we should take the position that because you're not Indigenous person, that you shouldn't be a liaison. I mean, that can't be a criteria for anyone.
well, they're unusual in that, you know, they're very. That's one of the criteria that they apply to themselves.
Okay, that's fine.
And I think it's one I would absolutely respect. And I've also, of course, told them, if you ever need me for consultation, just let me know. But, I don't feel they need me at every one of their meetings.
Yeah.
But I think that's just it. And I think one of the things that can develop as part of this is the protocol where you do say, maybe some boards and committees, we need a, you know, because it's also about respect, right? It's like that committee, you know, you can see the work they did. Indigenous Peoples did, like, it's great, and it's a lot of work required, and I think it deserves, you know, they, in the same way that many other committees do, the knowledge that the select board cares about it, is invested in it, has a member that's, you know, on call if need be, but maybe not necessarily showing up at every meeting.
Hmm.
And that can be something, maybe that's something that's then worked out between the select board liaison and the committee. Where the relationship is the relationship one in which the select board member is expected to participate, expected to offer opinion, expected to bring things back. You know, making sure that the committee knows the roles and responsibilities of the liaison is important. And very for committee to committee.
Yeah, for sure.
That's good. Did you have something?
I just want to say, you know, my experience with the Brookline Commission for Women is similar. Obviously, I'm not a woman, so I don't attend. But the thing that I actually feel where I can be most helpful is the thing that Chaz mentioned earlier, is like, you know, if they're setting up processes, like, you know, we make sure that those processes conform with open meeting law, and make sure that if they want to make a recommendation to the select board, that recommendation gets properly, you know, discussed, voted on as a recommendation, and then transmitted to the select board. And so part of it is helping to ensure that those processes go forward.
Yeah.
And the other part of it, is, I'm sure for many of us, is that we may have interests in particular areas that are being worked on by specific boards and commissions, and so we engage with those boards for our own interest, whether it's personal or political.
Right.
So,
Yeah, and my main concern is that not all boards and commissions need a select board liaison, and I think should be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. I mean, for example, Indigenous people, because of Caitlin, it doesn't need a select board liaison, but let's just be careful that we recognize that one of the purposes of select board liaison is to make sure that the committees don't sort of go off the reservation in terms of, you know, the goals and need charge of that we've given them as a select board.
But so and maybe it's just like a series of questions to ask when you're getting a new select board liaison of like, how do you want engagement to? Okay, let's keep moving. On page 4, to go into the communication and community engagement. So let's see, so I heard from a number of people that that Brookline communicates really well compared to a lot of other municipalities, and this was from department heads that have worked in other towns or cities. And they also noted that the new communications officer person that was hired in the last year or so has been really helpful to that. And that perhaps some more communication capacity within departments and some specific departments that do a lot more communication out might be helpful. We will definitely be sensitive here to the loudest voices idea or the terminology specifically, but I did hear from many department heads concern about well, I'll use it in quotes, loud voices getting a lot of attention in decision making. And that they appreciate, I think you all had a goal around being like more accessible to residents or something, and some, a few people just said like, especially residents that don't have access to select board.
Yeah, and I think, I think, can I speak for just a moment?
Yeah.
on this?
Yeah.
The subject, now that I see the context of that,
Yeah.
here, I think I understand maybe where some of that might be coming from. And a lot of this is about, I think, the town administrator and the select board having the back of staff
Mhm.
to be able to proceed with plans that they're working on. So I know at least one park where something was approved by town meeting to make some changes and I think a few residents again concerned about access. And that turned into some really strong advocacy, I would say. I don't want to use, I want to make sure I use the right term. That was difficult. And I think that's where the loudest voices might be coming from. And I think that, you know, this is a valid point that, you know, if a resident doesn't like something, they can marshal a couple of other people to really start to contact staff persistently in a way that, you know, puts staff on their heels and without specific guidance. They could have a hard time responding to that. And I think I know that's happened a couple of times, Chaz, especially in the kind of the park department area, maybe even with, you know, rats and stuff like that, and trash, right? Anyway, I think that may be where it's coming from, and it can take a significant amount of staff time to respond to these things.
And as to build on that, I'm wondering, do we have a strategic communications plan or a communications strategic plan of any kind or such a thing under development?
So we have communications policies that Christina and Tiffany have worked on and put in place in terms of, well, what it is that are our norms and how we communicate and what we do and so forth. But in terms of long-term horizons plans for that, no, we do not have them.
You know, things like, you know, getting more information. Some of the suggestions here might be sort of within the context of a communication plan. And I'm just wondering whether that's sort of a reasonable bucket for all of this.
Potentially, yeah.
Well, but Michael, I think it's more than a communication strategy. It's actually how some residents treat staff. You could proactively communicate a plan to do something, but if a resident feels that they don't like it, you know, not everybody picks up the phone and says, you know, I'm not really excited about this change. Could we do this? They actually become, the language becomes much stronger.
Right.
And I don't know what that falls into. Maybe it's a code of conduct type of thing,
But we cannot control how residents sort of contact
but how we
us.
respond.
But there's two things. One is how we respond, and two, what processes we can put in place to channel that feedback so that it is, you know, best actioned, so that, you know, residents feel like they're being heard. And staff feels like they're not being overwhelmed. Right? And that may be a more strategic, broader question than just a particular case.
Yeah, I think there's a really interesting balance to be struck here when you think about goals and how to build this into a goal, which is, I think what staff value from the select board is when you make a decision to have that kind of fortitude, over a long period of time to see it through to its conclusion. And I think sometimes the feedback that I get is that there's the political pressure then creates circumstances where there's wavering, there's a zigging and zagging of sorts. And you know, the complaint that I hear is, well, if one person, you know, says they don't like it, you know, then and that complaint is entertained, then the hundreds of voices that don't come to a meeting at 6 o'clock on a Tuesday night who do like it or who are indifferent towards it are not heard. And that person's voice has disproportionate impact because the board is cognizant of it and wants to listen to it. But the balance to be struck there is, yeah, you know, that person is a participant and is a resident and a participant in the process, and they should be heard. They should have their day and the opportunity to be heard. And we shouldn't be so, you know, confident of ourselves as to think that there's nothing we can learn from community feedback. You know, we should be revising and reviewing our plans in response to community feedback. So there's that balance between when do you set these positions and move through them versus when you know, what are the opportunities for that feedback and that iterative process? And we're still trying to puzzle that out in some ways. You know, we've swung, you know, in the past, we kind of swung in one direction hard with the deep community engagement. And then you can see on the other hand, with Chestnut Hill West, how we kind of swung in the opposite direction, where we tried to do something that was more staff driven on the iterative part, and just really soliciting community feedback. And we've learned from both of those situations. But when it comes to the select board's goals, I think resiliency and knowledge about when we make a decision, when is that decision final? Or at what points are we going to reassess those decisions so that we're not just we're not reactive to an immediate outcry from what might not be a representative sample of the community. But we are still assessing and retooling appropriately when those things come up.
Can we leave this as unsatisfactorily as it is? Cause I wanna preview the last two pieces and we have about 12 minutes left. to do that.
Can I throw out something just to tell you? Someone in staff said that several department heads recommend prioritizing vulnerable residents when it talks about emphasizing current residents rather than those not living in Brookline. And then you included in your suggested ways to incorporate this feedback, remove goal around marketing Brookline. Yeah, that's very dangerous. Okay. I mean, the issue there is your Brookline historically has become a very segregated town racially. And, we're trying to overcome that, and marketing of the town to a broader demographic is one way of doing that. So I just want to point out that that is a dangerous.
And the reason I included that is because that idea of emphasizing current residents rather than those not living was in direct response to what I know is the goal that you feel strongly about. So I'm just capturing what I heard in a few different ways.
Okay. But then you incorporated that.
Well, because that was the suggestion. Yeah.
Okay. David.
I share your concern, and I think this is an example where respectfully, which I know means what I'm about to say is not so department heads should really be delving into the policy considerations and into the politics of it. Because these last 2 points that are raised are somewhat contradictory from different individuals providing feedback. These are decisions for us to make. I don't think that department heads should frankly be saying, focus on current residents. No, focus on those who should be moving into town. No, focus on most vulnerable. No, focus on this group. That's for us to determine.
Let's keep moving. Okay, so this next one is on intragovernmental collaboration. So one is I just heard that a lot of people think this is going quite well and has improved in recent years. And I know this was a concern that some of you had, that this wasn't perhaps happening, and I want to share that. What I heard is that it's generally working quite well. A few specific examples were shared, and then of course people did know to identify some opportunities for improvement, which I include here. One is around integration of sustainability into other departments and integration of emergency management. Some working with the police department more, using internal legal expertise rather than hiring outside. and having some more relationship building opportunities among staff. I did hear a lot about the schools. Just, I know that's on everyone's mind here, and I heard a lot about it and the impacts, specifically the impacts to the fiscal health of the town and also on the workload. Specifically like buildings, for example, because they're handling both, like it affects their work a lot. Yes. I think those are the key things to highlight here. Any initial thoughts before you preview the last one? I know we're not having extended conversation on this.
What are you referring to in terms of relationship building opportunities among staff? So
Oh,
that's an issue with schools that we've pointed out.
yeah, and this is, I think the line here around like policy and implementation is blurry and to like David, to some of your points, and it's not always as neat. This was like someone wanted more staff opportunities to just like have lunch together, which is really, more in the select board's office, like types of things. But
And make sure everyone has an opportunity to have more lunch.
yeah.
I guess the only thing that I would say is, in the goal around integrating sustainability, emergency management and police. I think that list of opportunities, could be greatly expanded. It's not just sustainability, emergency management and police, right? Like, what is the relationship, for example, between, various divisions within
Yeah.
DPW to our planning? Just,
Yeah.
just as an example.
And that's where that staff recommendation on raising awareness stems from, because I actually do think those relationships are very strong, right?
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I think, like, I didn't hear those ones, and that doesn't. The specific, the sustainability, emergency management, police came up, but, and so maybe it's a communication.
Shortcomings, but.
Yeah, I think it's not for nothing that those are also the two
newest
newest
ones.
divisions,
Yeah.
that we have. Emergency management and then sustainability are the two newest divisions.
Yeah.
And the processes that are coming in place, we're lucky, we have good leadership, very good leadership, Cheryl and Alexander, who've been building building that integration out. And sometimes some of that takes time. And it also, I think, just in terms of reflecting your priorities, right? The priorities of the select board are obviously in line with the creation and support of the sustainability division. And emergency management, which is a crucial function that we've not centralized until, 5 years ago. So.
Let me just preview the fiscal health one here too. So yes, I heard concerns around fiscal health. I heard that the idea that there's not like a silver bullet, one fix here that any of them saw. Definitely I heard mention of the imminent ends to ARPA funds being a concern that people are worried about and what that means to some of the services that different departments have and residents have now grown accustomed to and how to handle that. Definitely heard concerns around unfunded mandates. I think slight fear of like, oh, are these goals going to include that? But really it was more around, like the tree bylaw came up a lot. Yeah, from Tennessee. So that's definitely something on people's minds. Electrification as another example. I think this is gonna be a huge effort to do, staff and capital, and where are we getting the money for from this? And then I'll just share, like, people had a lot of ideas of potential ways to generate some revenue. And I don't know if we need to go through all of them, but there's like quite a wide range of them. So people are thinking proactively about this, of things that could be included. And I think looking for some guidance on what to do when the ARPA funds end, for some of these services. Okay, any initial reflections to that piece?
I just had a question about the ARPA funds. My memory is that, as you said, that the amount of ARPA funds that we could potentially have to replace is relatively small. Is that true?
That's for operating costs, yes.
For operating costs.
So when you think about the staff lines, things that we would maintain, but then you have to think too that there are programs that are explicitly pilot programs that were started in ARPA. And then the question, that question, and okay, it's decision time. Do we want to keep those over to the operating budget? And if so,
Right, and this gets back to our previous conversation about mandatory level of inspecting, right? So
Yeah.
a lot of that always falls in the expected category.
that's right.
Yeah.
Whereas I think there's very little in the mandatory category in ARPA. In fact, I would say we need some sort of telecommunications software. That's mandatory. You currently pay for Zoom out of ARPA. So there's your mandatory costs. Other than that, you know, trying to think of other things that we moved a lot of things on.
I think this specific around transportation, I've been hearing a lot about that with the council on aging. Especially, you know, we had a conversation about the use of the TNC funds through the budget amendment, and we had a comment advisory about, the loss of funding, and, I had a meeting on Friday with the council on aging director and the DPW director. And the TNC funds are actually gonna be enhancing what they're providing, but the reaction was really coming from the loss of ARPA on the horizon and concern about transportation in general.
David, John,
Well, just, I did have a comment, on climate change and resilience, and it's simply to underscore that, this is, what's in the text here is really significant. I'm just gonna read it back, if you don't mind. Understand if the town is on track to meet its climate goals and what would be needed to get there. Yeah, that's really crucial, and the early returns are, we're not really, I mean, and then we're not alone in that. I mean, it's a global problem that ambitious goals were set and are not being met, in many, many instances, in many, many places. And yet to simply sort of acknowledge that is only, the beginning of figuring out what to do about it. And that's gonna be a difficult process in Brooklyn, because I don't think they'll go down easy, that, we might have to actually set more realistic goals than we did. And I don't know that we're actually working toward that right now. I don't get a sense that, there's any process underway to try to reflect on where we are now, where we had hoped to be, and what we can do in light of the fact that there's a gap between where we are and where we had hoped to be.
Well, number one, I would say this is an active area of conversation in CF. Number two, I think we'll have a presentation later today from
Yeah,
Alexander
I
Vecchio,
agree.
where this very issue is gonna come up. So maybe we should talk about it further then.
That's, yeah, absolutely.
But you raise a valid point. Is the goal that was set to be fossil fuel free by a certain date? Is it realistic and achievable? And I frankly don't think anybody believes it's realistic and achievable. So we may want to rethink the date.
Yeah.
Because that drives everything else, right? If you have an unrealistic date, all your other plans are unrealistic.
Well, and if I may just add one other note to it, to put it in simple terms for you, just in one example. You might say, well, hey, we're doing really well with setting up our vehicle electrification systems, recharging stations. And yeah, you could point to the number that had been put out in Fuller Street, number that have been put out on Kent Street. But how many of them are being used? And, do we know why the number always seems to be far short of the number that we've actually established? And are we content to have electric vehicle recharging stations just because we have them? Or do we have to start doing some hard measuring here? Is our approach wrong? Are we putting out the wrong kind of vehicle recharging station? Is it actually costing us money to pay for some sort of outside vendor to have these in parking lots? When in many instances, on any given day, you can drive into the parking lot and the only parking spaces that are not being used are the ones where the vehicle recharging stations are. So
Dave,
I think the other complication in measuring this, do we know what our source is for the electric charging stations? Is that fossil fuels? And how do we track that?
Or, you know, related to that is our, our infrastructure, you know, the grid actually designed and capable of handling what we're putting on it. And we had actually a couple of times, power failures, I think related to the fact that, you know, our infrastructure is just not up to date.
So I think we're gonna have to stop this conversation
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
So you,
yeah.
cause I know you have other things on the
Yeah.
agenda, and we're supposed to wrap up right
Yeah.
now. Let me just preview some of the next steps. So I feel like this, we got into a lot of things, some in more detail than others. So we're gonna have to come back to things certainly. I think I'm assuming we'll be on the next agenda. I'm not sure. I think I really need to
Next
circle up with
workshop.
the next workshop. I need to circle up with the select board office on exactly how we're gonna move from this point to flushing out the goals, and if we need to incorporate some of the department heads, or if it's just, we need to do this, we need to come up with a list of all of the goals and the submitted plans, so you all have that feedback as fodder for discussion. I'm not sure. But I will try to synthesize the kind of key takeaways from today and share that out with you all. But I think that's all I know at this exact moment on the next steps here, but I think we talked through a lot of important things, and
One
Yeah.
request
Yeah.
or an idea is to provide some examples of best practices for goal setting for
Mhm.
municipalities.
Mhm.
Like what we're setting up.
Mhm.
I haven't seen a really great example other than our own. It may be having a, a visual example
Yeah. Nice.
might be
Okay.
helpful.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Okay, any other questions or anything else we wanted to ask or talk about to delay her departure?
I feel like we let a lot of things out of the box today, and we don't have neat closure on any of them, but that
Yeah.
is in the brainstorming phase of these processes,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah.
I'll name that I feel unsatisfied with where we are, but that's like par for the course, and we will make sense of it all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Thank
you.
Very helpful.
Very interesting. Okay, next item. I'll wait for Abby.
It might take me a second to pack up.
Okay. We're not saying anything that don't want you to hear.
It says right here, facilitator.
What were you saying?
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, it might take Abby a minute, so I think we should keep moving along the agenda because there's a lot left.
Okay, next warrant articles, public hearing, and we have on the agenda warrant article 4, and I see our esteemed town clerk is at the end of the table to sort of take us through this amendment to the general bylaws, update and correct inconsistencies in order to provide accessible version of the general, and we're now calling it by-laws, right?
Thank you, Chair Green, and recognize I'm sitting at the top of the table. I do not take on any responsibilities. Sitting at the top of this table. So warrant article 4 is the culmination of the bylaws codification project that's been happening in the town clerk's office for a number of years. It is to make our bylaws up to date and accessible in a new platform. The current bylaws platform is a single PDF made up of about 600 individual Word documents. And in order to keep that up to date, it is a tremendous burden that the clerk's office has simply been unable to do for a couple of more than a decade now. So the new format will be way more accessible. It will be able to keep track of how changes happen. You'll actually have to see an edit history over time. You'll be able to pull individual sections of the bylaw and print them. So it'll be better for town staff. It'll be better for committee members and elected officials, as well as for members of the public who want to know about the bylaws. As part of the project, we decided while we were in the bylaw to take a closer look and make some clerical corrections to clarify and make sure that we had a consistent bylaw throughout both the general and the zoning bylaws. For the general bylaws, that meant making a number of changes for consistency in spelling, consistency in references, and all of those changes require approval by town meeting, and that's what warrant article 4 is. It has listed in there the proposed changes that we have. Some of them are general in nature, such as correcting spelling of the word bylaw. Some of them are specific to individual sections. There are a couple that have actually been tweaked since this was originally filed. Where there was either a typographical error in one instance, actually, Select Board Member Rubenstein pointed out that there was a incorrect numbering that needs to be updated, as well as the state agency name since we edited that section, so we had to go back and amend that as well. Plus the name Olmsted was misspelled, so we're going to go back and to change that as well. But you can see before the article, kind of those changes that we're proposing, so that we have a standardized general bylaw that is more accessible to everybody. I would like to emphasize that while this is the culmination of the bylaw codification project, it's not going to be the end of the work to try to bring the bylaws fully up to date. Because this project is ongoing, we know there are more corrections that are going to be made later. We have bylaws that were changed at the Maytown meeting, which are actually being posted by the constables today, which have inconsistencies with the proposals that are in here that we might have to come back at a later date to correct, as well as obviously articles that are currently before town meeting in this warrant that may have some of those inconsistencies. So there is a larger conversation that we'll have to have later about how to maintain the bylaws and ensure that spelling is done consistently, numbering is done consistently going forward. But for now, looking back, once this is approved, we should have a fully up-to-date bylaw for the public and for town meeting.
Paul,
I have a quick question. Thank you, Ben. Project, a lot of changes. Did the town council review this in detail, make sure that any changes, I know sometimes commas change, spelling changes, it can have legal implications.
Yeah, so this was reviewed by both myself and by town council. It was also sent around to all of the department heads to get their feedback on sections specific to them. The example that I like to give was we changed it from registered plumbers to licensed plumbers, which they told me was correct, but I thought the building commissioner should confirm with me that that is correct. So yes, it was reviewed by myself and by council as well as distributed to the department.
Okay, thank you.
Michael.
Two questions. One is the user interface for the general bylaw that you will be implementing similar to what currently exists for the zoning bylaw?
It's the exact same interface.
And the second question is, as you are going through this, are you producing any sort of style guideline or rules of the road that people who are creating articles can use in order to ensure that those articles conform with these guidelines?
Yes, we're working with the moderator and with council to come up with a style guide to give to petitioners when they're drafting these warrant articles, as well as hopefully give to the select board and the advisory committee, because you review all of these warrant articles, that even if the petitioner doesn't draft it the right way, that maybe the advisory committee or the select board, when you're doing your review, can make those corrections so that it is consistent. So yes, we're working on that style guide.
Great question about it, very important. John?
Do you want to weigh in on whether Brookline has a town bylaw or town bylaws?
I've heard both terms used interchangeably. We tend to say the zoning bylaws plural, so I think consistency, general bylaws plural could be acceptable. But I don't have a strong opinion in either direction, as long as there's a thing in it.
How about chapter versus bylaw?
So chapter versus bylaw is interesting. There was a large discussion we had about chapter versus article. And where that actually really stemmed from was the Attorney General's office requested that there's sometimes confusion between a warrant article and an article of the bylaw. So that's why we changed it from article to chapter. And the reason it's chapter is that's actually the standard across other communities. So General Code, the vendor who we use, work with over 200 communities in Massachusetts, and they all use it that way. So that's why we follow the guidance for chapter. So we had a lot of, that's why we had a lot of discussion about article versus chapter, but I have not had a lot of discussion about chapter versus bylaw.
And just to clarify for those who are listening and totally confused right now, so instead of having bylaws plural under the town bylaw, we have chapters under the town bylaw. Okay. Right?
Okay, this is a public hearing, so Tiffany, could you open the public hearing?
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, is there anyone online who wishes to speak on this warrant article? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. Okay, there are approximately 12 individuals online. There's no one in the room, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, let's close the public hearing. What's the board's desire? Is this something we'd want to vote on today, or? vote on in the later meeting. Pardon?
I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, yeah, I think it's fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
It's nothing unusual or controversial. Well, maybe a few things will be controversial.
Advisory has some amendments, so maybe we need to leave.
Oh, really?
That's been my suggestion. Advisory in their motion incorporated the corrected spelling of Olmsted as well as corrected.
Oh, okay, I thought that had already been made, okay.
They, I believe are working on, they voted last week, but I don't think they finalized the actual language.
Okay, so we'll wait, good. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Brookline Golf Course renovations. I think we take up this article outside in the rain.
Do we need to get Justin for this item?
Okay, Jerry, right here, there he is.
That's what I was doing.
Very good.
I will put that.
Hello, everybody.
And Tim.
Hello. Good. Okay, tell us about the, well, we wait till. Oh, we can back. Washing dishes. Why don't we start?
Sure, you want to kick us off? All right, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with all of you, especially on a day like this. This is kind of why we're all together. As you can see, looking at the windows, it's severely impacted by a lack of ability to drain the golf course.
Excuse me, for the purposes of everybody online, could you introduce yourself?
Sure, sorry, it's Justin Lawson, I'm the general manager of the Brookline Golf Course. As I was mentioning, one of the real challenges that we have here is dealing effectively with a watershed that's about a square mile around the facility. And all the water that comes down in that square mile has to run through a ditch that's about 2 feet wide. So when we have rain inundation events like the one this past weekend, our ability to provide programming and access to the golf course is really challenged. In 2023, we lost 43 to 50 days worth of operations. Last 2 years with the droughts, we've been flourishing. We really could see the potential. So knowing that back in 2021, we undertook a landscape master plan. And this project is the first real phase of implementing significant green infrastructure changes to the property to help it drain and increase habitat and access for the residents to play golf and enjoy the golf course. So we are very excited about what this project means for all of us, and happy to answer any questions about the project and specificity.
John.
So this is gonna be self-funded out of
Correct.
golf course revenues.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you see that being true through to the end of the project?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And does this require review by the Conservation Commission periodically?
So everything that we're doing has been permitted through Conservation Commission and the
Mhm.
state DEP. And so we have an order of conditions that we're working within.
Yeah.
Permit is more encompassing than what's just on this project. So we have a timeline of about 5 years to get all the things done within that permit. Before it expires. So they regulate everything from erosion control and the amount of material that goes back in there, everything's, under their jurisdiction.
So, assuming this project can sort of be boiled down to, diverting water, drainage water, where are we diverting to?
In areas that are outside of play. So
Wow.
when we worked with our engineering team, we really worked with the basis that we can't increased flooding risk to our downstream neighbors.
Mhm.
So we had to find places on the property for the water to be stored.
Yeah.
So that it can move off property in an orderly fashion. Right now, there is no organization out there for where the water's ponding. It's just ponding wherever Mother Nature wants it to.
Yeah.
So this project is gonna kind of help corral that water and keep it in areas that we can still operate while it drains.
Maybe form a few water hazards,
There'll be a few more water hazards.
seasonal water hazards.
Legit form,
Yeah.
Thanks,
You're welcome.
thanks for the information.
Okay, anything else? Okay. Question of approving, are we ready to vote?
Do we need formal language that recognizes conservation law restrictions and that kind of stuff, or is it just sufficient just to say, yeah?
I'm
That's
saying
all I
it
care.
in separate language.
Yeah,
It's, yeah, it's definitely.
yeah, okay, okay.
So I move approval of contract PW 2612 Brookline Golf Course Phase 2 renovations with J Bates and Son in the amount of $1,374,284.85 and authorizing the recording secretary, Jazz, to use the select board's signature stamp to execute the contract due to the off-site meeting location.
Section 8, who's your recording stand?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, any questions? Any further questions? All in favor?
Just one clarifying
Yes.
question. So this is solely about the drainage system, no other renovation?
Correct.
Okay.
That's a major problem. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So get out there and dig those.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Two votes over, so.
Oh,
8B is-
did I miss something?
No, don't leave yet.
Oh, okay.
Don't go spending money.
No, I'm sorry, missed that. Okay, I move approval of a contract with Mungine Golf Design in the amount of $140,000 to oversee all construction efforts and environmental oversight for the project and authorizing the recording secretary, Kate, and to use the select board signature stamp to execute the contract due to the off-site meeting location. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Square,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein,
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
And what are you gonna use the 85 cents for? That's what I'm. 85 cents.
Oh, yeah, they get it down to the penny.
Yeah, I noticed.
Unless does anyone want to go out and, what type of tour were you talking about?
Basically a 5-minute tour just to see the gravity of the challenges that we have here. So we talked about it for about 5 years.
Mhm.
And, you know, to have you folks here on property to, on a day where we're watching ducks swim across the fairway, you get a sense of, what we're really.
Well, we can just look out the window and see. That's a big problem.
That's a good hole.
Yeah, that's a good.
That's a hole we're not even touching.
Really.
Mhm.
So,
Bernard, given that Paul has to leave by 2, maybe if we do that, we should do that after 2.
Yeah, that, I mean, I wasn't saying do it now, but. Okay, thank you.
you're very welcome. Thank you very much.
Next, climate action and resiliency plan update. I think we get that online. Or.
See,
Or is,
it was scheduled. Check where we are on the schedule.
1:30.
1:30 is when it's scheduled. Yeah, you were back on track.
Oh, yeah, well.
And if she's not available, and we could jump to the Gateway East.
Just I don't know if the MBTA is.
That, I really want to be here for that.
Me too. Yeah,
Danger just got here,
she's coming in right now.
although I don't know if the consultant is here, so if not, we might want to take the stamp policy, that'll take a moment.
Gateway East.
The people, we don't have people for Gateway East either.
Sorry.
We don't have people for Gateway East yet either.
Yeah, so I think that would be the only one if.
Yeah.
Yes, I think they're.
Bernard,
Yes.
with regard to the item about the,
Let's do the stamp policy.
Okay. We're ready for
Yeah,
Maybe just stamp policy and then do the cart.
okay.
We were behind and now we're ahead.
Okay, who's gonna talk to us about that?
Yep, that will be me. Tiffany Oliva, Assistant Town Administrator for Operations. This came up a couple of times, earlier this year when Kate was out of office and I needed to get signatures on various things. We're just trying to find ways to, improve the way that we get signatures for different contracts. And so, in some cases, you'll notice in past agendas and on this agenda, we ask for explicit permission to use your select board signature stamp when something's approved, so that we don't have to tote contracts to different locations, risk losing things. So I put a very basic signature stamps use policy together, which actually is based on some other similar type policies that communities across Massachusetts use. So pretty straightforward. It talks about when a stamp can be used in place of a wet signature. It talks about signature stamps to not be used on documents that require notarization or not otherwise permitted by law to have a stamp on it, ones that require wet signature. And that Kate, the recording secretary, would be the only one that would be authorized to stamp these items after you have approved them. So that's the essence of the policy. Happy to answer any questions or address any concerns you might have, but I think it's relatively straightforward. Yes.
Right.
given that one of the cases that we're trying to handle is when the recording secretary is not available, do we want to say recording secretary or their designee?
We could. I think that's.
How necessary, well, I guess it is,
It's a timeliness issue, obviously, if the recording secretary is gonna come back, then, and you wait, that's fine, but if it's time sensitive.
Yep. I think it makes sense to have a designee that the recording secretary would say.
Yeah.
We just don't want to give broad permission to do it either, so that we have some control over
or do
the
we want to
signatures.
designate, do we want to
Yeah.
designate someone specific in the policy?
Or in their absence, yeah.
Did you say assistant town administrator?
I said town administrator, but the
Oh.
assistant town administrator, but maybe we should name the specific role so that there's no.
Yeah.
I would suggest maybe assistant town administrator, that way Chaz doesn't have to worry about stamping them.
Yeah,
if
I
something
know
bad.
the stamps. Just saying, yeah. That's fine.
Okay, so we'll add that.
Can we incorporate any kind of procedure that would allow for the select board to know whenever the stamp is being used in lieu of the actual wet signatures?
Yeah, I thought that was in,
Is that in there? I don't.
No, it's-
Well, not really in there, I don't think.
It's
well,
not.
we have to approve before.
You would approve the items, but I think John's asking for some way to track which ones are going to use a stamp versus which ones aren't.
Yeah.
Why don't we just send a copy to the board and that's when the stamp is used.
Mhm.
Yeah, the executed copy. Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Or two.
thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Then let's vote. All in favor of the, what are we calling it?
Signature stamps use policy. With the amendment of adding the designee of assistant town administrator in the record, recording secretary's absence, and also closing the loop with a copy of the executed agreement.
Do these stamps, okay, I have one question,
Yeah.
do these stamps already exist or you have to create them?
They already exist.
Oh.
Mhm.
When select board members are elected, you come in and you sign your name on a piece of paper and that forms the basis of a stamp.
They're just not used very often unless we put it on the agenda, with getting that explicit authorization.
So I move approval of the select board's signature stamps use policy as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Jack Stoyak,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and Michael Rubenstein, and Chair votes aye. Okay, quick, I see Alexandra's here.
Hi, good afternoon.
Go back to the climate action and resilience plan.
Do you have an ETA on the consultants?
there was a bit of a miscommunication. He is currently at Brooklyn Town Hall, so he's on his way here. But I told him that, in the respectful time, we would get moving and he would join when he could. But probably about 10 minutes for him.
Is this blue truck?
Okay, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think, he's just about to pull up some slides here.
Bye. There we go.
Perfect, thank you. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alexandra Vecchio, Director of Sustainability and Natural Resources. Pleased to be here with you all today. So as you heard, our consultant on this project is Blue Stripe Environmental. Our project manager is Rich Swanson. So I'm going to introduce him, even though he's not here quite yet, but he should be walking in here midway throughout the presentation. So he's been our primary point of contact for this project. So excited to provide you all with an overview on the development of the climate action and resiliency plan today. So the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan, which you'll hear me refer to as the CARP, is still under development. So there's no immediate action that's needed here today from the board. But do want to use this presentation as an opportunity to give you some context on the process and where we stand today in terms of development, and also to review Brookline's net zero emissions target. That's part of certainly development of this plan, as well as our town's general sustainability goals. So do an overview of the plan, what it includes, the development process that we've gone through. We've been working on this for about 10 months now, just a little shy. The engagement efforts that we have undertaken, then we'll talk a little bit about the focus areas of the plan and what the next phase of development for those looks like. And we'll talk about that net zero emissions target, and then how are we prioritizing all of the actions in this plan, and then some associated next steps. So the purpose for the climate action plan is really to provide an actionable roadmap, a really comprehensive plan that both addresses the causes of climate change as well as the impact of climate change here and in the future. So we do that through looking at two areas: climate mitigation, which is really reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and then climate resiliency, that's really building capacity to adapt to the impacts of climate change that we are feeling now and will continue to feel in the future. So as part of development of the CARP, we have some specific deliverables that we were looking for, which is a time-bound action plan, a pathway to implementation, and that might sound like it's the same thing as the first thing, but it's not. We were really looking to build upon Brookline's previous plans to make sure that we didn't just have really robust goals, but we actually had a way to move those goals forward and to achieve those goals. And then finally, tools to measure and communicate the progress to all of our stakeholders. This is something else since stepping into this role that I think I've talked to some of you about and also heard about through conversations with the community. I think there's a lot that Brookline is doing as it relates to climate action, but we just aren't necessarily making it clear the progress that we're making on those different goals. And so one of our focus areas for this plan was to be able to really be able to communicate that out clearly to the public. And that's through the development of a climate action dashboard that we'll talk a little bit more about. Next slide. Oh, perfect. Thank you. All right, so the focus of the CARP is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So that's establishing clear pathways to lower our current emissions, energy usage, and then transition to cleaner energy. That's preparing for the impacts of climate change. So flooding, extreme heat, severe storms, really looking to protect both people and infrastructure. That's both built infrastructure and green infrastructure. protecting our vulnerable population, so, and making sure that as we implement the CARP, we're doing that in an equitable manner, so that we're really prioritizing those most impacted by climate change. An effort as well to strengthen our local economy through some of our goals in this plan. We want to obviously try to save costs, through efficiency and, ideally reduced energy. And then to safeguard our natural systems, particularly preserving ecosystems that provide flood protection, that provide, cooling capacity for our urban heat island effect, carbon storage, carbon sequestration, et cetera. And then open up new funding opportunities. So really position us to be well suited to go after dollars that are available at the state level. And ideally one day at the federal level as well. And then finally, that accountability factor that I was just talking about. So really setting measurable goals, tracking that progress, and being able to demonstrate to the community what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how people can get engaged throughout. So the overall process for the development of the CARP has included a baseline inventory. So looking at both our existing plans and existing research that's been done on this topic, particularly here in Brookline. And then developing a greenhouse gas inventory as well, which I'll talk a little bit about. Then we moved into the engagement phase of the plan. So that was really focusing on community surveys, community public forums, some public meetings with the Zero Emissions Advisory Board, and then the development of the strategy itself. That's where we're at right now. So really looking at how do we develop goals that, and then evaluate those goals for success, think about prioritization of those goals, and then think about implementation, both in terms of capacity and funding. And then finally, develop an actionable plan that will be available for the public to utilize, but also for as a guiding document for staff and the board. So our project timeline, that baseline phase that I just mentioned really started in the beginning of this year, 2025. And then we moved into the engagement phase with the plan in March, where we had our first public meeting and solicited public input on the content of the plan and the focus areas. We also conducted different staff interviews as well. And those were conducted with different departments and including building department, DPW, all divisions of DPW, as well as planning and a few others as well. And then we held our second public meeting for further staff input, or excuse me, further public input, and that took place in June. We also have a staff steering committee that has been an advisory board along the way, both for the kickoff of the development of the plan, and then also for the development of the content. So right now we're in that final section there, which is a large section of the project timeline, which is looking at our strategy, and currently have an upcoming meeting with the Zero Emissions Advisory Board in November, where we'll be reviewing that next iteration of the plan. And then most importantly, the intention is that we will have a pretty robust draft for review here at the end of this year. And then we'll be returning with some different iterations of that to ZIAB for a final vote in March, and then following up with returning to the board here in April. So as I mentioned, that baseline assessment included a whole host of different policies and plans. This actually doesn't even capture all of them. So there was a great deal of content that was looked at, and I think it's really important just to emphasize that Brookline's done a great deal of work in this area, and so what we're looking is not to recreate the wheel, but really build on that. But I think also more importantly, to make sure that we have an actionable path forward, so that we are really focusing that this plan doesn't become, you know, the Uber sustainability plan for everything, but instead is actually a very focused plan on one, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and two, building resilience to the current and future impacts of climate change. So it doesn't become the micro mobility action plan, it doesn't become the open space plan, it doesn't become the complete streets plan. We have lots of other plans and policies that address those things, so there will certainly be components of that within here. But we are really looking at, is it addressing building resilience to climate change and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions? All right, and you'll have to excuse me because this is the section where Rich was gonna present, so I'm going to fill in the gaps here on our greenhouse gas inventory. Essentially, we looked at our greenhouse gas emissions in a few different categories, certainly our energy usage, both our natural gas usage, as well as electricity. Then we looked at our transportation sector, that's vehicles both in Brookline and those moving through Brookline. And then some smaller components of our greenhouse gas emissions, including our solid waste, water and wastewater delivery systems, and then also our any propane and oil that's used. So this is what we call our community emissions, which represents all of Brookline's greenhouse gas emissions, that's both through municipal operations as well as those coming from residences and businesses. So you'll see that totals 289,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. And then if you move to the next slide, you'll see that we segmented out a portion of that. So that is our municipal operations. And let me just forward. Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry.
Thank you. So if you just click to the next slide, Tiffany, that is our municipal operations, which is just under 10,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions. So we looked at these similarly in terms of our buildings and facilities. But in this case, we, in addition to looking at our own fleet, we also took into account our portion of our transportation emissions coming from our commute, for those who are traveling to Brookline to work here. And then similarly, looking at our waste and wastewater, as well as fugitive emissions and streetlights. I'll pause here because I know this is a lot of data, and happy to answer any questions about the inventory in particular.
Well,
Just a quick question about commute. Are those town employees commute or anybody that's commuting to Brookline to work?
That's just town employees.
Okay, thank you.
Can you provide some examples of fugitive emissions?
Fugitive emissions are oftentimes those that are lost in the transmission of emissions, so through natural gas leaks, for example. It can also be the emissions at the source of where the actual withdrawal process occurs for those as well. So typically those are considered scope 3 emissions, those that are happening outside of Brookline. It's very hard for us to control fugitive emissions.
yeah, Michael?
Two questions. The first is the commute number, which is like 35% of the municipal operations, 3.5 metric, 3,500 metric tons. Is that included in the community emissions also?
Yeah,
Even though it's not actually being generated within the community? That was question number one. And question number two, the 13% of electricity, can you talk about, you know, how much control we have over how that number diminishes over time as the electric grid itself becomes cleaner?
Yeah, good question. So that's a hard one for us by ourselves to shift. We really are at the mercy of the grid for that one. I mean, there are certainly things that we can do from an advocacy standpoint, a policy standpoint, to try to increase how quickly we green that grid. And then certainly bringing on our own renewable energy sources helps in a small portion to that, but we are definitely at the mercy of a much larger system, both with the utility and the state. Rich, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, by the way, my apologies for being late. You can
Could
also.
you introduce yourself for our
Yeah,
vast
I'm
TV
sorry.
audience?
Sorry, my name is Rich Swanson, and I've been working with Alexandra here on developing this climate action and resiliency plan, so. You, if you're talking about the city's electricity, emissions from electricity, one of the ways is to do 100% renewable procurement as well. So there's a few different ways that you can, you know, accelerate progress on the kind of the grid side or the electricity provision side of emissions.
Thank you.
John?
It's great to have, you know, specific breakdown by percentage, but you know, as an amateur, you know, all of this, I find it really hard to imagine how you measure this. I mean, how do you measure that streetlights are 6% of our greenhouse gas emissions? How do you measure that commuting by town staff is whatever the percentage is for that? I mean, is somebody counting the number of cars and measuring which cars are fuel efficient and that? How do you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there are different ways of measuring for different components of the overall emissions. For the streetlights, since you mentioned that, we have the number of kilowatt hours that Brookline used for lighting streetlights for the benchmark year, which I think was 2023.
Okay.
And so we can multiply that by the energy mix that is supplying the electricity for Brookline's municipal purchases. So we know how much, you know, hydropower is used, how much natural gas is used, et cetera. And that's called we can determine an emissions factor per kilowatt hour, and we just multiply the numbers.
But that varies day by day and hour by hour.
Well, it does, but the utilities give us an annual average. So we can go on the utilities annual report and we can get a energy mix for that particular year. For the commuting miles for Brookline employees, that's more subjective, and so we do a survey asking people how far they commute. And, you know, and then multiply that by assuming they use an average car, you know, a standard automobile. And there's a per mile emission factor, once again, that's relatively standard for that particular number.
Well,
Yeah, just a quick question to confirm my mathematics here, which I'm not great at. So the total community emissions are 289,000 metric tons. The municipal portion is 9,832 metric tons. So 3% is within our control, direct control. We want to change buildings, we want to change out streetlights, we want to give every commuter an electric vehicle. That would be within our control, and a full 97% is outside of our direct control.
That's correct.
That's right.
It's very interesting. We have very little direct impact. Is that correct?
It's challenging. Yep, yeah, that is correct. I mean, there is no two ways about it. The vast majority of our emissions are coming from households and businesses, so we don't determine how they fuel their homes and fuel their cars and do all of that.
Can I ask one
Incentivized.
one quick follow-up question to that? And the planning process that we went through, did we start with our, was it 2040 target? Is that driving all the rest of the planning?
Yes, yep, so we're yes, and we're about to talk about that a little bit more, so I'll get into that in just a sec with the next couple of slides here,
Okay.
but yes.
Just in terms of the notion that we only directly control 3%. In theory, we could have impact on the other 97% depending on bylaws and changes we make. Whether we would want to is another story.
Well, we
But
already have,
we have the ability to.
yeah.
But direct is
That's correct.
3%.
Okay, we will keep moving, but happy to take more questions on the greenhouse gas inventory. I know that's a big interest for folks. So this is the planning framework, and kind of gets to the beginning of Paul's question here. So when we're developing the plan, you'll we talk about, okay, we set a target, overall, and so that's essentially what is our emission reduction target? And it doesn't necessarily mean that this plan, is allowing us to hit that target by the completion of the plan, but it's what we then set up everything else to work towards. So from there, we develop goals, strategies, and actions. So goals being specific emissions target for each sector. So we look at the built environment, transportation, that sort of thing. Then we develop strategies to help us reach those goals, and finally, discrete action items that really support the development of those strategies. So you'll hear this is a 10-year plan, and the intention is that it will have a 5-year check-in point for the opportunity to update and modify as needed. But the goals are intended to move us towards that big picture target. And so we want to make sure that we have measurable progress towards that. We also want to make sure that we're being as ambitious but as realistic as possible. And so Brookline, and I'll talk about this a little bit more after we go through the engagement process, but Brookline in May 2021, town meeting had voted on a resolution that set that target at net zero emissions by 2040. So the focus areas of the plan, this is basically what all of our goals fall within to one of these 5 categories. So our buildings and energy, that's really looking at how buildings are constructed, how they're powered, operated. Our resource conservation and management is really focused on reducing consumption and waste across systems. Sustainable transportation and mobility, that really looks at how people move through Brookline. And as we talked about, that includes both people who live here as well as people who are just traveling through, coming to work here, that sort of thing. Our natural systems and community well-being really focus on environmental quality, ecological systems, public health, and really the connection between carbon sequestration or carbon sinks in our natural world. And then finally, resilience, adaptation, and risk reduction. So how do we prepare for our climate hazards that are here and those that are forthcoming? I'll pass over to Rich to talk a little bit about our engagement activities and what we learned through those.
Yeah, so as you saw, the second component of the overall CARP development process was an engagement component. And the CARP has been shaped by inclusive engagement. We've reached out to residents, to staff, advisory boards. Between March and September, we hosted 2 public forums and conducted a community-wide survey. We ended up getting about 517 responses. We also held structured interviews across 12 municipal departments. And then we've had continuous and ongoing collaboration with the ZAB that's been sought to ensure technical alignment with what they're doing involving mitigation, the mitigation aspect. At the first public forum, as you can see, held in March, we focused on identifying community priorities as well as evaluating some or defining some evaluation criteria to be used down the road. The participants highlighted climate impact, implementation feasibility, and financing availability as top criteria for action during that time. And then our second outreach or our second public forum meeting focused on strategy refinement. And then alongside these forums, as I mentioned, town staff have really been contributing practical insights into some of the operational constraints that might arise, but also opportunities from things like electrifying buildings or expanding green infrastructure, et cetera, some of the strategies that came up. Hopefully these activities have served to both ground the CARP in the vision that the community has, but also departmental readiness and their capacities. And if we go to, let's see, the second forum, which is this slide, held in June, this one shifted towards refining strategies through some little breakout workshops that we had. They generated a number of detailed proposals along the categories that Alexandra mentioned. The purpose here was to deepen the dialogue with residents and emphasize some very solution-oriented discussion and creative thinking. So small group policy workshops, they produce some tangible ideas. increasing tree canopy, solar panels on community and municipal buildings, water conservation, green infrastructure, bulk purchases of heat pumps. We had a little activity too from, I think it was the middle schools, that had this sort of art reflective activity, that they drew some climate themed pictures and had a science project along with it that was cool. People could walk through and look at that during that second outreach meeting. And then we have a summary on the next slide of survey results. This survey really sought to extend engagement to a larger audience, quantify public priorities for Brookline's climate strategy. As I mentioned, we got over 500 responses. And the survey revealed both widespread concern and we felt like a real strong mandate for climate action. 78% of respondents said they were extremely concerned about climate change. About 90% believed it was important for the town to take action. 71% said that climate change influences even their daily activities, their daily decisions, in some of the questions that were asked. We did ask people, as you can see here, to rank priorities from their top strategies, and some of them that they ranked were to install solar on public rooftops, to develop an opt-out community solar plan. Currently, there's an opt-in solar plan. In the category of transportation, it was to improve safe walking routes and expand bike infrastructure. Resource management promoted the reuse and deconstruction policies. And then for resiliency, prioritizing tree planting, especially in neighborhoods that were most susceptible to heat.
Could you explain what an opt-out community solar program is?
Yeah, so currently the way Brookline Green Energy is established, and Alexandra, you can check me if I'm wrong, but you can opt into that program. There's a default that you're not opted in. The default is you are purchasing a standard mix of grid service electricity. If you an opt-out, would be that you are.
That's not just solar though, right?
No, it's
It's
all
sustainable.
renewables.
That's what it is.
So the opt-out would be that the default is 100%.
Okay, got it.
And that is a higher cost though, right?
It is.
Alright, so
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Yes, although right now the price structure is pretty close to grid purchased electricity based on Brookline Green Energy website. The price structure right now is within a cent or two for 100% renewable energy, within a cent or two per kilowatt hour of the grid service or grid supplied electricity.
It's a question I have about prioritizing tree planting in neighborhoods most susceptible to heat. How do we currently measure neighborhoods most susceptible to heat? Is it a sort of a relatively simplistic, if it's an area without trees, we assume that is the most heat? Because aren't there other factors such as whether you have shade from the built out environment and elevation, and so how do we measure that?
Yeah, so actually the Urban Forest Climate Resiliency Master Plan, which is one of the inputs for the CARP, actually looked at that and did an analysis of where we have the most intense heat pockets around town. And certainly one of the factors is around tree canopy. It also looks at the built environment in general. And so where we see more built infrastructure as opposed to open space, you're going to see an increase in temperature. But we actually do have, you can see very much, it does follow where the tree canopy is denser for sure. But you can actually see in one of our maps, the heat pockets around town.
Was that formally measured though, or is it based on these assumptions about tree coverage, built-in environment, shade?
Yeah, so it's was done through, and Aaron can correct me if I'm wrong on this, there was both a LiDAR analysis that was done, and then I believe that they also did do some take temperature readings as part of that process as well. But I can double check on the process development for that map.
And is it a very significant difference between neighborhoods within town, or are we all within a degree?
I mean, It is noticeable. If you look in, South Brookline, even, this comes to mind, because I was just talking about it, Walnut Hill Cemetery has one of the densest tree canopies, around and the least built environment. And you can see that it is, much cooler there than even in some of the surrounding neighborhoods in South Brookline, which has been much cooler than some of the neighborhoods in North Brookline. So, it is a pretty substantial difference, actually.
And I think I would just add that we also use some of the state's heat maps. And it's actually more micro than we think in terms of just like South Brookline, North Brookline. You can look at you know, actual streets and portion of streets that are hotter than others. So that's, you know, and certain parks, you can look at synthetic turf and see what that impact is in terms of the overall heat. So the map really just shows these different densities of heat nodes. It's a little bit more fine tuned than just sort of neighborhoods. You're really getting down to you know, sort of some specific streets.
All right, so to your question, Paul, when we started this process, we were using the target of that Brookline had set through town meeting, which was in May 2021. Through a resolution, they had established that we would have a target of net zero carbon emissions by 2040. And I think the intentionality there, I wasn't part of that conversation, but we certainly, the focus of that resolution was really on the climate emergency, but was also on Brookline being a leader in addressing climate change in a really ambitious way. Since then, the state has developed their an update to their own climate plan, their Massachusetts Clean Energy and Climate Plan, which sets a goal for the state of net zero by 2050. We also have seen a lot of other communities that have adopted that similar target, that same target of net zero by 2050. So Boston, Cambridge, Somerville, Newton, Natick, a lot of our neighbors, Arlington, and many others. And so when we were going through this process, both in conversation with ZIAB, as we've been developing the plan, as well as in conversation with Blue Strike, the question did arise, is that the right target that we should be working towards? ZIAB actually took this up formally at their last meeting and determined that given what they're seeing from surrounding communities, given what the target is at the state level, given where we currently stand in terms of federal goals around climate change and the availability of funding, given that the state plan actually determines the utility plans for, in terms of going back to Michael's question about bringing that grid, all of those things really point us towards a target of net zero emissions by 2050. Now, during this discussion, and Michael can speak to this a little bit more, I'm sure, but there was a real conversation about, you know, making sure that we were being as ambitious as possible and pushing ourselves, but also trying to be realistic. I think what it ultimately comes down to is for us to reach our net zero target, whatever it is, we need dollars from the state, we need dollars from the federal government, we need to be in line with even resources and dollars coming from our utility partners as well. We also need to be thinking about the technology advancements and some of the private dollars that'll be funding this work. So all of those things really push us towards a net zero target for 2050. But with the idea that this is a 10-year plan that doesn't get us to 2040 or 2050. So it's something that we would revisit at that 5-year check-in and see if that is still appropriate at that time. But that was what was approved by ZIAB at their last meeting.
So 2050 is the target, at least for this planning purpose. And you mentioned a lot of funding sources, but you didn't mention Brookline. We're not gonna be using our own budgetary dollars, or we're just.
No, we definitely will.
So, okay, well, that's, you did mention it, so.
Yeah, no, sorry, I meant in terms of external sources that we would be looking to, that we need to align with.
And so, and I just have this, I'm gonna zero in on finances just for a minute, because ultimately this plan is gonna have to drive finances. Will, when you're done, and I'm sure you don't have at this point, will you have a recommendation of direct investment by Brookline? in our budget per year for the plan, so we can understand cost implications?
Well, I think what we'll have is a prioritization of the different strategies, and with that will come some high level cost estimates. So I think the question will be then, what of those dollars can come from grant funds and external sources, and then what needs to be supplemented with capital or operating dollars that we're not gonna be able to get elsewhere.
That's what I'm really interested in, the capital and operating dollars that you'll need from Brookline's general fund or free cash in order to fund your proposed plan, because everything, and we've learned this with the comprehensive plan, every choice has a cost, right? And if we're gonna fund something on the CARP, that may mean we can't fund something else. It's gonna be a trade-off, and just, you know, in the next iteration of this, it would be really helpful to see carbon emissions from the town's buildings, from the community, from what Massachusetts generates, from what the US generates versus what the world generates, and how teeny our contribution is from carbon emissions. I know it makes us feel good to be addressing it. Everybody wants to address it. It makes us feel good to say it's a number one priority, but it is such a teeny drop in the bucket. I think we need to have that information to have context about investment, because it does take a trade-off. Do we fund electrifying a building and not fund a school teacher? Those are the type of choices we have to make.
Okay, Mike, did you have your hand?
Yeah, I just have a couple of comments on what Alexander said, and I certainly take your point, and as Alexandra mentioned, I think that the financial implications, as you say, can't really be enumerated until we have some understanding of the strategies. And, you know, I see plan prioritization is next, so I'm sort of holding off on response to that, because financing is part of the prioritization process. To the question of the net zero emissions target, one correction I want to make to what Alexander said is that the ZIAB vote was actually a recommendation to the select board for us to direct the sustainability division in creating the CARP. Because they are actually faced with this question that will hold them back from making the choices. Because if the choice is 2040, then that may lead to one set of, you know, financial constraints and outcomes, and versus the choice of 2050. So just between that, whether it's a binary choice or we choose a different target date, that's really a gating item from my understanding to the creation of the CARP. So I had sent it down to Chaz, I don't know if that got circulated to the rest of you, but of actually voting to accept that recommendation, and I have language for that, if we want to get to that point today. Now, in terms of the conversation that was had at ZIAB, there were some people who said, well, it actually doesn't make a difference whether it's 2040 or 2050, because we're gonna have to do whatever we do. There's some people who are saying, you know, we should be pushing as hard as we can because this is an existential crisis. And, you know, but I think the argument that won out was the alignment of Brookline with state funding and, you know, other sort of activity that was all sort of pointed towards 2050.
I asked this question in a different context earlier, but when we are aiming for net zero emissions, are we defining that based on whether we are utilizing solar and electric, or are we defining that by that it's truly net zero, meaning we look at the source point of the electricity that we're utilizing? Because if the electricity is ultimately coming from fossil fuels, then what are we really achieving? So are we measuring that end of it as well?
Yeah, that's correct. So it's looking at the source as well, which is why that alignment with the state's goals and the utilities is so important, because until that grid is green and the sources that it's coming from, then we can't fully achieve that as well, which is another reason that shift to 2050 is kind of practical in its sense as well.
And do we have reason to believe that at the state level at least, there will be the capacity to be truly net zero by 2050?
Well, that's a big question. Depends on who you ask, and certainly part of the ZF conversation as well. I mean, right now they have, the state has, benchmark targets along the way to get to that net zero by 2050. And they are falling short on those as of now. That is a concern, but it is, certainly one that is still codified that they are working towards.
John?
Excuse me, a lot to absorb here. I for one think we should go with the 2050, and I think it'd be appropriate for Michael to offer that vote today. It's realistic. I don't feel that the current goal is realistic for the reasons that Robert. I need some education. So getting to net zero essentially is going to be a combination of bringing down the creation of carbon, or the production of carbon, and bringing up the absorption of carbon. So trees absorb carbon, but my understanding is we've been losing tree canopy, so we're kind of chasing, and diminishing in terms of the trees. What else is there that, other than trees, that, we can do that absorbs carbon?
Wetlands as well are also another carbon sink. Our soils are also another carbon sink. So there's a myriad of kind of natural ways as well. And then there's also looking at the offset of what based off of what we're using here in terms of our power, what can be offset elsewhere in terms of development of solar or other renewable energy systems.
So are any of the carbon sinks actually growing in their presence in Brookline? Wetlands, soil?
I don't have that data point, in terms of whether or not they're growing. Again, a few years ago, when we completed the urban forest plan, we did look at the carbon sinks, in Brookline, particularly around trees, and we're able to capture that number. I will say, and just to be clear, trees have a lot of benefits, not at all negating that. But those sinks that we have are very small percentage of the overall emissions for us to reach net zero. So while very important that we're preserving our tree canopy, very important that we're preserving our wetlands, taking care of our soils, all of those different natural systems, that is not going to be enough of a solution for us to offset the amount of greenhouse gas.
And so really, the name of the game is going to be reducing our production of carbon through our various, energy usages, right?
And it's really two specific energy usage. It's natural gas and fuel burned in automobiles.
Right.
Those are the two that are producing most of the emissions that won't be reduced from an external source,
Yeah.
like the RPS.
And if I could just follow the train of thought one more time. Okay, so natural gas, and automobile, fuel use. So automobile fuel use, you can convert to electric vehicles. And natural gas, you can convert all heating to electric heating. Is it realistic to think that by 2050, we will have pretty much all converted all vehicle use to electric, and all heating of buildings, including, every single building in Brookline that is currently privately owned and not being converted to electric heat? Yeah, I'm just asking, so I'm not trying to say you guys are irresponsible if we don't make it. but-
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel that way a lot. But I would say, is it possible? Yes, it is extremely expensive, especially when we look at the age of Brookline's buildings and the complexity of Brookline's building stock. So new buildings are easy. New buildings, we're starting fresh, we've
Kind of done that.
yeah, but to retrofit existing buildings is a very expensive endeavor. So it can be done, but it will cost a lot of money and political will.
Yeah, given, I guess my general view of this is, rather than worry about the fact that we have goals that we, I mean, it's gonna be so hard to meet those goals, right? I'd be more comfortable personally with just achievable goals of how many of our vehicles in our fleet, you know. This is stuff we can control in town government. Are we going to make electric vehicles? You know, how many are currently electric, how many are not electric? How do we change the ratio of electric to non-electric next year, the year after that, the year after that? And then our own buildings, how many of them are not yet converted to electric heat? And how many of them can realistically do next year, the year after that, leading up to 2050? That's just.
Bernard, can I interrupt you for a second? I need
It's
to
not
leave.
interrupting.
Well, because I do need to leave.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna stick around for the full part of the presentation, but if you are going to entertain a motion about changing the target date to 2050, I would ask that we take that vote now so I can support it.
So it's not on the agenda, unfortunately.
Oh,
So
And it's not something that we should just vote without having
you answered
presentation
my
and.
question.
ordinarily we have capital language, but we didn't include that on this, and I apologize, but anyway, we got your email over the weekend. Yeah, oh, well, we could do that, and then I saw that we don't have the catch-all language, but we can obviously put this on the agenda for next week. So we can absolutely take that motion out, so I apologize, but we can't actually move it today.
Okay. I will keep moving. We have a lot of content in this plan, a lot of big questions, as you all are talking about right now. So we will literally have dozens of different climate actions within the plan, and those represent both mitigation and resilience categories. So we knew that from the outset, we would want to make sure that we had a way to consistently prioritize across all those different categories. Everything can't be done at once, and we needed a consistent way to compare that really time-sensitive work. And so we developed a system where we would be able to score each of the different strategies with a set of criteria. And then those criteria would, after receiving that score, there would be a multiplier factor, if you will, to give greater weight to certain considerations. When we look at this table up here, you'll see at the top that we have a few different criteria across in that green bar. So the first one being cost, which is looking at the upfront costs for whatever that strategy is and the ongoing costs associated with that to the town or community. Our next one is focused on funding availability, so how the likelihood and availability of leveraging state, federal, private funds or existing town funds to be able to complete that action. Then we looked at the financial return on investment, so the expected cost savings or the avoided costs over a 15-year period. We looked at the staff capacity, so what's the ability to deliver on that action without increasing the number of staff and working into existing jobs. And then we looked at the ease of implementation for residents with those being our primary stakeholder group, our primary audience for some of these changes. So their ability to benefit from these, to access them, and to really participate in whatever that program is. Again, that kind of reflects back to where our emissions coming from. And then finally, what is the climate impact, whether that be the potential in greenhouse gas reduction or the improved resilience to our localized climate risks. So in each of those, basically taking each one of our strategies and running them through each of those criteria and giving them a score. And then utilizing these multiplication factors that you see listed below in the blue boxes to uplift certain factors that we felt were important. And as Rich mentioned, these factors were created based off of input from the survey, the public forums, and in particular, ZIAP did a great deal of thinking about what these prioritization factors are and what those multipliers are. So for the multipliers, we looked at direct versus indirect impact. So again, I think this was something that Paul said earlier. So whether that strategy directly reduces greenhouse gas emissions or improves resilience or has the potential to do that. So a good example of this is EV chargers. We can install EV chargers, and those, if you choose to use them and have an EV, then you're gonna be reducing your greenhouse gas emissions, but that doesn't necessarily ensure that everyone in Brookline is going to switch to an EV and utilize those charging stations. Equity, thinking about the extent to which the strategy reduces burdens and increases benefits for those historically underserved and marginalized populations, those most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And then finally, the public visibility and support. So how visible is that action and how likely will it be to garner public support and really be an education factor for those involved? So finally, our next step, so like I said, today, I'm here to give you an update on where we stand. It's been, a pretty robust 10-month process. We are now working on those goals, strategies, and actions, and we'll be sharing those at our next ZAB meeting in November, and then prioritizing those, and then we will have a draft plan with our goal strategies and actions available in December for public review. We're also workshopping those with different boards and commissions that have some oversight to those, in particular the Transportation Board. And then we'll be developing that planning and tracking tool, that dashboard, so that folks can track progress. The intention is to return to the select board in the spring, but as I said, our draft goal strategies and actions will be available in December, and certainly disseminate those to all of you at that time as well. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Richard. I'm sorry.
First of all, thank you, Alexandra, for both the excellent presentation and your efforts at shepherding this through. I wanted to respond a little bit to what John was asking about, how to think about the CARP and, what our target goal was. There's a lot of discussion about what we can do in order to achieve the benefits of greenhouse gas emissions, and the benefits of carbon sinks, et cetera. One of the things that we haven't necessarily talked as much about is the costs of inaction. And so, when I think about like, what are the, how do we measure our progress? We don't want to measure our progress against like what the world is like now, but what the world would be like by 2040 or 2050 when if we have not taken the actions that we've proposed. So I think that gives us a better frame for understanding the value of the work that we do, whether it's in greenhouse gas reduction or in mitigation steps. And that difference may lead to different choices if we think that, for example, our greenhouse gas emissions work is not going to be significant enough in a global sense, but we need to take more effort on building resiliency. Just as an example of how looking at the costs in alignment with the benefits might be useful.
I find it hard to think about how Brookline has any global impact of any significance.
We have.
So, yeah. I think it's just a question of, how we describe and discuss what our goals are. And we're not gonna save the world.
No.
But we do have a role to play.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I sure think one of the areas here that's also so important is the cross collaboration with our communities. We are right on our own, we're dropping the bucket. We're not gonna do anything on our own, but because we have had this opportunity and Alexandra and Aaron and the whole team have done such a good job of building out this process. We are seeing other communities do similar work, I'm saying I'm very proud of this, that we were one of the first community in the metro area besides Boston to really develop this out at a divisional level, and to build this process, to take this process seriously and develop it into our operational, framework. And that's made a big difference. We are continuing to integrate that. And when we see other communities take that up, when we see other communities start to think through this in a similar way, how do we integrate sustainability into everything we do and not make it theoretical? Then that becomes the impetus for further action. So, yes, on our own, we're not doing anything. We're not necessarily making a dent, but together as part of this interconnected group, we are kind of a snowball rolling downhill positive way, as opposed to the usual negative way a snowball rolls down. Good things are happening and there is a positive force multiplier when other communities join in and we then do become more than the sum of our parts. So, on our own, yeah, it can be, I find it sometimes frustrating when I talk, for example, about building electrification, if we reuse current values and current proposals, it costs more, some estimates have been more than $1 billion to fully electrify all of our current, the remainder of our current buildings, the current municipal buildings, which alone, again, only in that 3% window. And when you think about that, you kind of say, oh man, that's very despairing. But we also then say, okay, so that's not an achievable priority for us currently. It doesn't mean we do nothing. It means we continue to iterate on this and work with other communities to see. And then in the interim, hopefully what happens is the market starts to drive those costs down as more and more communities start adapting those programs. So.
Yeah, my only point was we have to make sure the narrative that we put out there is not, something that's totally demoralizing to people because, it suggests that what we do is irrelevant. And so I heard a news story the other day about how the United States is pulling back in terms of climate activities. But at the same time, the amount of renewable energy spreading across the globe is huge. And that's a part of the story that people need, and among other things, need to focus on. And our narrative has to be similar.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago,
more or less.
for the first time, China made a firm commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Historically, they've said we'll get there by 2060, but they haven't actually said how they're going to get there. And so they made a commitment. It's obviously not where it needs to be, but making a commitment by 2035 to reduce their emissions by 10% is not nothing. That's roughly 4 times the entire emissions of the United Kingdom. So it's a big, even countries that like China are still consider themselves developing economies, rely heavily on coal, are realizing, the music is stopping, right? We either stop relying on fossil fuels or we suffer the consequences.
The more important thing China is doing is building millions of electrical vehicles, solar panels, and everything else that we are stopping doing. So.
I will just say that from my conversations with other municipalities, there is very much to Chaz's point, that effective, they look around, see what others are doing, and it does set a precedent of how have you done this, we want to do this, what does this look like? And that conversation happens all the time from we have an electric vehicle that's a trash compactor in Brookline, now Cambridge is on their way to, trying to electrify their entire trash fleet. So those conversations do have those ripple effects elsewhere, and kind of we see those conversations in the day-to-day between different sustainability professionals in the municipalities.
One of the things that you all mentioned was the inability to directly reduce emissions from from a city perspective towards the rest of the community. Massachusetts has actually been fairly effective in providing incentives, especially funding for things like energy revamping, retrofitting studies, and so on and so forth, to drive different communities to engage and make plans for their own energy efficiencies or electrification. And I think it's a great illustration of sort of a top-down incentive that also Brookline has at their disposal to be able to incentivize various behaviors within the town and within the city, or within the town for other folks besides the municipal operations. other cities and towns are doing the very same thing in Massachusetts right now and also having positive effects.
Okay, anything else?
Great, well,
Thank
thank you
you.
all so much for your time, I really
And we'll
appreciate it.
see you next week.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Okay, next. I think Brian Kane is here, so we must be talking about MBTA.
I was yelling.
How many other people do you have?
It's a good-
Three, at least three, so. I'm gonna put four at the top, and then I'm gonna,
Yeah. Well, that's Tuesday, not Monday.
Yeah, yeah, no. Bring that just for the.
Sure.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
It's consolation though, because the 4 weeks always is. Look, you gotta love undergrads. Take the wins you can
Give
get.
him our regard.
Tea.
Yep. I'm here to support you.
Yeah, sure.
We're not close to you.
Good luck to you.
You might just pull
Yes.
this.
Yeah.
Can I pull up the deck?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
Okay, why don't we start? Who's in charge here?
Hi, I'm Dan, transportation engineer with DPW, and I have Dan Murphy, the director of engineering transportation, Brian Keane, the chair of the transportation board, and then from MBTA, we have Alex Holloway, locations.
Wow, that's all, okay, so, we're gonna walk through a slide presentation that we gave on the Gateway East project, recently to the transportation board. I will do my best to read everything off of the screen, but, oh no, it's okay. We're gonna give a
By the
little
way,
bit.
I know you were introduced, but introduce yourself and everyone else every time they start talking.
So my name is Alex Hollowell. I'm the Director of Transit Priority at the MBTA. So my team is responsible for working with municipal roadway owners and state partners to plan, design, and implement bus priority infrastructure. So that's things like bus lanes, transit signal priority, and other infrastructure that supports bus operations. Some of you, if you've seen other presentations by members of my team, may have met Eileen Body, who's a project manager assigned to this. She is on her first big vacation since joining the team this week, so I am here in her stead. I know some of you have also been contacted by Jay Jackson, who's another project manager on my team, about the TSP on the Green Line, I believe it's on Sea Branch. We're not gonna talk about that project today. Today's focused on Gateway East. But yeah, we work in bus world, so that is separate from generally from the Green Line and commuter rail teams that you may interact with. Happy to bring any feedback you have from my colleagues related to those, but I'm gonna stick to bus stuff today. So the transit priority team is responsible for the MBTA's bus priority vision plan. So this is a plan that we pulled together using data about our operations across the network. Essentially what this plan does is it targets existing delay
and service along 26 individual corridors with the highest passenger delay. So what does that mean? It doesn't mean where is an individual bus getting stuck the most for the longest, it's where are the most people on buses getting delayed the most. And so this helps us really target our attention to the places that are gonna be most impactful to existing bus riders. The Transit Priority Program is really targeted over about a 5-year time horizon. Unlike most parts of the T that involve really heavy engineering, lots of major construction to get big changes for the system, we mostly operate in paint and traffic signals. And our goal is to move relatively swiftly. We're successful in some cases in doing that and less so in others, but that is our intent. So the Transit Priority Vision covers only about 10% of the bus network, but it impacts about 80% of our riders. And it would improve service for the 250 now thousand daily riders using the bus. Next slide. So anytime I get a microphone, I like to flash this screen up or the slide up on the screen. So the bus system carries about 40% of the MBTA's daily ridership. We know that the bus system does not get 40% of the attention, either from our internal teams or from the press, but it is an incredibly important part of the T's service and for providing basic mobility to Greater Boston. Next slide. When we talk about being an equity-focused organization, even among the MBTA's very diverse ridership, bus riders are unique, right? There's more than 80% of our bus riders are low income, more than 65% are minority, and I believe it's 44% have no access to a vehicle. So bus transit is really essential, not just for their daily commute, perhaps to and from work, but for all daily activities. It is basic mobility. Next slide. Our program really operates on the principle that the roadway network that we have is largely fixed, right? The geometry of the road is something that is sort of curb to curb is what we've got to work with. And we need to start thinking more creatively about how to utilize the infrastructure to carry people more efficiently. And so this shows a sort of mock-up of how different modes can move different amounts of people. And it's sort of the principle that underlies a lot of the work we do, which is staking out more of the physical space on a road to carry bus transit, can carry more people. It means that the bus system can grow and grow and grow, and ridership can grow and grow, and provide high quality service to people without needing an increasing amount of space, unlike cars. So this project, I think the principal beneficiary of this project is the Route 66, which is our second highest ridership route in the system. It's a major workhorse in terms of connecting riders sort of around the ring of the city, right? It helps people instead of having to take rapid transit all the way downtown and then all the way back out. It lets people sort of cut across, connect neighborhoods. I was a 66 rider. For a large chunk of my 20s, it was an experience. I have a lot of sympathy for folks that rely on that service day in and day out. And it's a route that we're working on. We'll see in a couple of slides, a couple different projects to try to make the service faster and more reliable. But ridership on the 66 route, right? 55%, so more than half are from households without vehicles. And 40% are from households with incomes less than $43,000 a year. So again, when we talk about who's benefiting from these projects, I want to really put these folks front and center, right? These are the folks that are benefiting. Oh yes, and there's about 15,000 daily riders on the routes that use Gateway East. So it's a 60, 65, 66. The overwhelming majority of which are on the 66. Okay. So the project motivation, Again, this is one of the busiest buses in the system. You know, much like the 39, it also travels on some of the busiest corridors in the system, and there's a lot of activities that folks want to get to. Gateway East is again one of the busiest sections in Brookline for MBTA buses, and so this project is really targeting that geometry problem, right? That we have a lot of service and a lot of folks trying to squeeze through a finite amount of space. How can we rethink the space allocation to use the road more efficiently? All right, next slide. Gateway East in context. So this is the Route 66 for those who are not bus riders. I won't hold it against you. This is how the 66 is really connecting with the rapid transit network. As I mentioned, it's a critical service that provides a sort of north-south-ish ring from Cambridge County to Boston. All right. And I did mention a couple other projects that are underway targeting the 66. So this is one, it's an important one, but it is one of several. So last spring, we rerouted the 66 at its terminus in Harvard Square to save, I believe it was about 5 minutes in operating time on JFK by routing it into the Harvard busway. We're also working with Cambridge and Boston to target some delay that we have around the Cambridge River crossing there. Hoping that project will move forward soon. We've got Gateway East, as you can see here. There's also in Alston, a really cool TSP pilot project that we did that we're now expanding, which brought some new TSP technology to a really, really challenging segment.
I'm sorry, TSP.
Oh my goodness, of course, I'm so sorry. TSP is transit signal priority. So what TSP does is it works with the traffic signals to detect when an MBTA bus is approaching an intersection. And it can alter the signal timing in order to do a number of things, but the most common way of using it is to extend a green so that the bus can make it through the intersection before it turns to red, or to cycle a green early. You'll also in some locations see a transit signal head, which is a kind of goofy looking signal head with some shapes on it. It's meant to be totally unintelligible to an average driver. We've got some on Columbus Ave and a couple in Somerville that you may have encountered, but we'll use those, also use transit signal priority. Right, so yeah, TSP, which helps the buses get through a very, very difficult segment in Alston, that zigzag of Harvard Street, which is, again, one of the more brutal segments of bus service I've ever had to sit through. Yep, then Gateway East, and then into the not too distant future, hopefully, is the work on eBranch that's being led by my colleagues in integrated transit to update the accessibility and alignment of that, which will include making accommodations for bus service along Huntington in the same roadway segment as eBranch. So these are some of the projects that we're working on, and we're hoping to add some more. Again, a lot of the work that we do is meant to be targeted and in the sort of five-year time horizon, and so we're always spinning up new and different projects and working with colleagues across the region to move them to implementation. Okay, next slide. Okay, project background. We made this slide as much for my benefit as for anyone else's. I joined the T in 2022, so I did inherit some of the work that had been done on this project.
We all inherited.
We all inherited it. So yeah, the project built on the 2021 corridor reconstruction, and again, was really meant to target that sort of roadway allocation challenge of having such important heavy ridership transit traversing such an intensely trafficked roadway. And that's how we got the ultimate design that was implemented for Gateway East, because of a whole combination of things, including some staff turnover and some MassDOT permits. The project was only implemented last year, despite its original design, I think, being started around 2020. Right. As part of the project implementation, the select board, I believe, was the transportation board? Okay, the transportation board, asked us to monitor performance indicators, not only of the bus travel time, but of things that impact, other roadway users like, vehicle volumes, especially on some of the side streets, travel times and delay, as well as, queue lengths, on Route 9. So we will see, there's a whole host of data is sort of the appendix of this, spun up every which way, that I'm happy to sort of tool through if there's specific questions. I won't get into the details here, but this is the more detailed project timeline. All right. Project status and operations update. So, I'm sorry, this is a new slide to this presentation. Okay, so the pilot has been extended. The project itself had two components, so I'm glad you asked what is TSP, because it's an important part of the story here. So we had the very visible red bus lanes that went in 2020, what year is it? 2024. At that time, we were planning on implementing transit signal priority in addition. Unfortunately, the vendor we had selected was acquired, and there was a whole series of things that transpired I won't get into that significantly delayed their ability to implement the transit signal priority at that location and at several others. This is not only a Gateway East issue. We worked with that vendor, and we've got, I think, our working relationship back to a better place, and they were able to bring the staff resources required in order to implement and also do the monitoring we were requiring this summer. So that had meant that the project had been under pilot status for evaluation for nearly a year by the time the TSP, which is one of the components of the project, was ultimately turned on. And so we wanted to continue the pilot in order to assess how the TSP was contributing to the overall efficacy of the bus lane. All right, so this is where we're at now. There was the original 4-quarter evaluation, which this is the Q4 report. There's been a decision to extend the pilot for 2 additional quarters, and then the final report will come in spring 2026. All right, let's do a very quick orientation into this diagram. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to communicate all of the information in here in a visual format that would be somewhat basically intelligible. I don't know whether we've fully accomplished it, but this is the best that we've been able to get it to. There's a light gray, which is difficult to see if you're in the room on the screen that's being projected, but basically right behind that green line, there's a light gray overlap. That shows where the actual red paint is. Part of the pilot evaluation metrics asked us to evaluate roadways approaching and exiting the project corridor, and so it includes a lot of information about up and downstream activities, as well as the bus lane itself. And so we have the data broken out by each of those segments, and you can, that gray background shows exactly where the bus lane is. The buses also enter and exit the corridor at different places. So not all buses use the entire corridor for its entirety. But the 66 is the primary beneficiary and does use it for its full length. So you'll see some sort of the 66, 65, and the 60 all entering and exiting kind of through this diagram. The way that we have compiled the information is across a series of metrics comparing sort of 2 things. So the baseline, which is the same time period in 2024, we have found that traffic fluctuates really significantly in Greater Boston by season, and so we like to compare things seasonally. You can definitely see it in the transit data and in the traffic data when the students, for example, return. There's a sudden significant slowdown of transit in Greater Boston, and I think anyone who drives a car experiences something pretty similar during the summer and during, you know, the sort of January holiday period when there's fewer students and folks are on vacation. There's a significant alleviation of some of that congestion, and so each of these is compared to the same quarter in the previous year. And I know that can be a little counterintuitive to folks that have a moving baseline. But that's the reason, is that the seasonal swings are at least as impactful as anything this project would implement, and it lets us do an apples to apples comparison. So generally what this graphic is showing is that compared to Q3, so the previous quarter, bus travel times are improving within the bus lane, and that there is slightly, sorry, I can't read this, consistent or slightly faster outside the bus lane, except for segments A and I, which are, the segment that I believe that's the 60 entering and, going sort of the south-north corridor. All right. Morning inbound peak. Oh, this is evening outbound peak. This is essentially all the same data. Would you like me to go through each of these, or can we sort of flip through these and then maybe come back for the, okay, I'm gonna keep moving. We also have information about vehicle volumes and speeds. We have, you can see on each of the corridors where we're capturing vehicle volumes and speeds. We also have in some of the appendices, the number, on some of the side roads, the volumes are really low, and so going from like 50 cars to 80 cars is gonna show a really large change, whereas like Route 9 has thousands of cars, and so we have also the number of corresponding vehicles to help contextualize these in the appendix. But what we found is that traffic on Route 9 has not changed in any significant way during the pilot period. Yeah, travel times for general traffic and delays have fluctuated somewhat, but over the 4 quarters, there have not been substantial swings one way or another. Again, there's the detailed data here for different directions, times of day, and for each of the quarters, if you want to drill into that. Vehicle queue lengths have seen minor increases at most approaches. But the delays have remained similar. So what that means is that the queue length might be longer, like visually. So it might be 10 cars instead of 8 in a queue length. Do we know what queue lengths are? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, queue lengths are the number of cars stuck at a traffic signal. So there might be, let's say it goes from 8 to 10, but the signal is long enough that it's clearing those vehicles sort of in the same amount of time. And so that's why we would say queue lengths would have increased, but delay has not necessarily increased. So visually it can be impactful, but what matters is the clearance rate of those signals getting vehicles through the intersections. I do think there was one, actually, can you go back? There's one street, yeah, Boylston eastbound approach. There was one street that has popped out in the data consistently as having a significant increase in the queue lengths. As compared to the baselines. And so that's something that we have caught in tracking this data. I have not spent enough time with this to walk through any proposed for as for why, but that is clearly shown in here.
What street is that?
It's Boylston and High Street. Yeah, and it's because of the uncoordinated traffic signals. And people who know about this go off onto Walnut Street to get around.
Yeah, we can talk about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, many of us have irritating experience.
I'm hearing stuff that doesn't square with my lived reality.
Oh, really?
Period, at all, but go ahead.
So these are the general findings summarized. I will say, generally speaking, we're pleased with the bus travel time savings. So I'll say that is the MBT representative, or we are satisfied with that. the vehicle volumes, we've not seen dramatic shifts on side streets or along Route 9. Vehicle speeds are slightly decreased, and travel times have stabilized. So they've been relatively consistent over the pilot period. We have a user feedback survey, which has remained open and will continue to remain open during the pilot. Will be included as part of the final summary. I think that is the substantive end of my presentation.
So can I follow up, Alex?
Absolutely.
Brian Kane, hi folks, nice to see you. Can you hear me, Regina? Am I speaking loud enough? Can you hear me?
I can hear, yeah.
Okay. You're right. My mother told me I was loud enough, so I'm glad it works. All of us inherited this project. Right? I don't think anybody was here in their seats there earlier when this started. And so we're carrying it, right? When we started the pilot, the whole point was, let's see what happens, let's try this out. It's paint, not infrastructure. We can make relatively inexpensive changes, actually no cost changes to the town, and see what happens. We agreed to do it for a year. In retrospect, I would never have done this project. I never would have brought the transportation board to do this project at the time it was done. I would have waited until either Huntington Ave was turned on. I would have waited until the TSP was turned on. I would have waited for a bunch of other stuff to get done. But I wasn't on the transportation board at the time this was approved. So here we are. The big issue, as I think everybody agrees, is coming down the hill from the village, turning left from Washington to Washington, basically Washington onto Route 9. Is getting backed up. And I think, John, you're right. My lived experience is that it's really hard to get through there if you're driving in the morning.
Unless you're cheap, like me. Go ahead. I mean,
It's
that's-
also really hard if you're on Route 9 because of that right-hand turn lane, you gotta
Yeah.
do it at the same time.
Yeah.
If we were doing Gateway East over again right now, I would frankly get rid of the cycle track next to the fire station and make that the bus lane. But we don't have that luxury. So when the transportation board heard this, and I wanna be very clear, I'm speaking for myself, and what we thought was wise was to continue the pilot with the TSP turned on to see if it made a difference. Had we known the TSP wasn't going to be doing what it was, I don't think we would have agreed to this pilot a year ago. We would have tried to start it this summer instead of running it for a year without it really being fully active. But again, here we are. So the question then is, do we cut our losses right now, or do we sort of try to get something out of this? The transportation board felt, and our recommendation to you was that we should continue the pilot with the technology turned on to get some information out of it. I agree, it's very frustrating. I agree, it's not popular. And I agree that there are lots of things that we probably should be doing differently out there that we're not doing. But I do think it's worth getting the information we're getting, and that's why we thought it made sense to continue studying this for the 2 quarters. By the way, one of those 2 quarters we're studying, I think, is already done. So there's 1 more quarter left. I think we're going to December.
I can't remember where the quarters go off the top of my head.
But anyway, it's almost done. So that's what I came to say. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for your input.
Thanks for coming.
We won't blame you for this problem.
Feel free. It's all good.
Yes,
Can I just ask, so Alex, what is, and it's probably in the data set, but what does the T consider sort of a successful savings in time for, of bus route? So what are we seeing for savings?
Yeah.
Or what do we wanna see from the table?
Yeah, so I would say a project like this is targeting such a congested roadway. We care to a certain extent about travel time, and about time saved. We also care immensely about variability. Variability is the thing that I think really drives people from bus transit in particular, but transit in general, right? We saw that with the massive exodus of subway riders when our subway system also became highly unreliable. And one of the huge benefits of this project is that it helps the buses get through what you all are experiencing, right? As a really congested intersection with a lot going on. And we've seen when the bus is in the bus lane, it's operating really well. I wouldn't say we have like a threshold of pass fail in terms of number of seconds or something like that. Each project is a little unique given these particular contexts. But given the incredibly high ridership here, and the incredible variability on the 66, and also really the premium geography that this project encompasses, this is an important project for improving the 66. As Brian mentioned, I think when the Huntington project is in place, the ability for the 66 to be jumping through some of these really challenging intersections, right? Through Harvard Square with the reroute that we just did, just brutal. I live in Cambridge, brutal. When it gets into Alston, right, and it makes a horrible zigzag on Harvard Street. We've got TSP in there that's saving a massive amount of time and improving how frequently the signals are able to turn green for the service through there. We add things like Gateway East, right, which is such a tight congestion point, and then we help the bus get into a really high quality corridor like will be built on Huntington. I think it's all of those things together. Right, I have to speak for the system. I know you have to speak to your constituents in Brookline, right? Our job is to consider the system as a whole and to look at each of these pieces and how they add together to improve transit for the people that are on board that can come from any number of places. And so I would say for us, we've seen that this bus lane, especially in the bus lane, the reliability is really improved, as is the travel time. We know that upstream, so towards, I say upstream, towards Boston, the traffic up heading into Huntington has really gotten a lot worse since the pandemic, really. And we see that really clearly in the data, that a lot of the benefits that we're saving have sort of just added more time upstream. That has nothing to do with the bus lane. But it is sort of impacting how much benefit we're able to get from any one of these projects, right? And so I think when I look at that, I say, great, another project. And it would be to target, how do we make that connection into the future Huntington higher quality? And again, like really make sure we're returning that time to the riders. I don't know if that's a perfectly satisfying answer, but that's the way we think about this.
John,
So I'll be upfront about it. I think we should actually vote to discontinue this project pilot. And I use the word pilot in quotes because I'm gonna cite some history, and I hope people don't think it's irrelevant. It's very relevant to our relationship with the MBTA. And I hope Chaz will correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. I actually was around when this project began, and I actually voted as a member of the select board to approve it. So my recollection when this came up within the past 6 months is, well, that's interesting. We approved a 1-year pilot. And they apparently ran into some problems with the pilot. They weren't satisfied that they got enough information out of it. And now they want a 6-month extension. And since what I approved as a member of the select board was a 1-year pilot, it will be coming back to us on the select board. I believe it should have under the MOU. It didn't. And now we're like already 1/4 into the extension of the pilot. The select board never even had a say on that when we signed an agreement that it was a 1-year pilot. So this has not been done right from the start, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, when it turned out that the MBTA was not able to get the data that they wanted out of the pilot and knew they weren't because they weren't gonna have this TSP when they thought they were gonna have it, they owed it to us to come to us and say, it looks like we're not even gonna get the data we wanted out of this. So do you guys want us to postpone the start of this? We never had that opportunity. So a year was spent without useful data being gathered. And during that year, every single day, I'm just gonna cite one intersection and one situation, because I know there's some that I don't really have a problem with. But Boylston Street eastbound comes to High Street. And God bless the motorists who have been obeying this for over a year now. They almost all obey the restriction now, which is that you have to be in the left lane to proceed through the intersection. Or if you're in the right lane, you have to turn right. And day after day after day, huge lines form in the left lane. And then certain people cheat, I won't name names. Cheat and use the right lane and get through with impunity, because it's an unenforceable restriction, okay? So the recitation you've given us about, you know, how this is all about trying to save some time. Was any measure ever made of how much time was lost? Because what I know from, again, lived experience, buses don't come along that often. And especially buses eastbound on Boylston Street don't come along that often. So because of this pilot, cars have been lining up every day, every hour, every minute of every hour. Has anyone ever measured how much time has been lost to people using those vehicles for their daily transportation? I don't think that was even measured. But it's been ongoing for over a year now. We don't have that data. And then I heard at the transportation board meeting where this was discussed, some data that was mentioned, it was like pulling teeth to get it. That actually the amount of time that is saved for the bus passengers is 15 seconds. And then somebody asked a question and said, yeah, but they save 15 seconds during the period of time that they are in Brookline Village. What happens when they have to merge with the traffic after that? And what I heard said was, well, that gets lost by the end of the route. So there's a really, you know, there's one way of looking at it is maybe there was like a 15-second savings. And I know that there's this thing you do where you say, yeah, but there's a lot of people on the bus. So you multiply that by the number of people on the bus. No, I don't think so. You know, to the individual bus passenger, 15 seconds is 15 seconds. The route all the way to Hargett Square is a 15-minute route. The 15 seconds is 1% of time saving if they get that. And meanwhile, as I say, you have through this pilot caused on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, car after car after car after car after car to have to wait in lane because they can no longer use both the right and the left lane on Boylston Street and High Street. And that wasn't even measured. So I see no reason we did not get good faith from the MBTA. They didn't come to us and ask us for permission until they had actually already granted themselves permission to extend this pilot that did go to the transportation board. That was also after the year had already stopped. So no good faith, no hard evidence of time savings for the bus passengers, with the exception of maybe 15 seconds. No measuring of the uncountable number of minutes lost, when you're a vehicle driver heading eastbound on Boylston Street. I see no reason to continue it. I just don't. And I worry that continuing it on the basis of, oh, we'll get a little bit more data from this TSP sets us up for them to then say, well, now we were going to use this little bit more data from the TSP, which is another traffic delaying measure that backs up cars, to make this a permanent change. We're not anywhere near ready to make this a permanent change. So I just feel we're wasting everybody's time if we were to approve going ahead with this pilot.
So John, what I hear you saying, can you bring up slide 7? Which is the number of people per hour who are served. I mean, what I hear you saying is that the automobile users should be privileged by about a factor of 4 or 3 or 4 depending on the number. Based on the number of cars that go through versus the number of bus riders that go through this intersection.
No, how about the number of vehicles that are backed up?
No,
During
I'm
the
not,
15 minutes
I'm not talking,
between buses.
I'm not talking about vehicles, I'm talking about people.
Yeah,
Because I think our goal should not be measured by vehicles, it should be measured by people.
well, I would agree.
Okay, so what you are saying, by my understanding, is that if you take the 1 to 2,800 people per hour that are can be serviced without this versus with the bike lane, you are privileging.
bike lane, not bike lane.
The bus lane.
Yeah.
My apologies. You are privileging the people in the first solution, which includes all those car drivers, by a factor of somewhere
No,
between
no,
three
no,
and
Michael,
four.
this is a real twist of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It really
I-
is.
I'm just looking at the numbers, because if we can move 4,000 people at a rate faster at the expense of 1,000 people, and we choose not to do that, then we are privileged with
Well, I-
1,000.
No, wait, I think,
Oh,
what I thought John said is that
Uh-huh.
you really should compare the one bus versus the 30 or 40 cars. Right? I mean,
No, I disagree. I
Okay.
disagree. I think you should compare the number of people who those buses are serving with the number of people who those cars are serving.
But I'm also saying, Michael, I don't, I think you and I can work this out, because I think we just have a misunderstanding here. What I'm saying is, first of all, the buses don't come along that often, okay? So I'm counting every single vehicle that is delayed for the 10 minutes between buses when no buses are coming along, because it's a restriction that exists whether there's a bus coming or not. Okay, let me finish. And I would not even bother with the numbers that are in that MBTA presentation as to the vehicle count versus the count of the number of bus passengers that go through that intersection every day, because it's completely divorced from reality as I see it. There are at least, when you take the number of buses and you take the amount of time spent by vehicles going through that intersection every day, right? I'm sorry, I don't, and then you look at buses and they want to use the optimum number of people who are on the bus on a given day. But the buses sometimes are full and sometimes they're near empty, okay? The number of vehicles going through that intersection every day is more than the number of passengers on those buses. I would guarantee you that.
It is, there are 22,000 vehicles processed by that intersection every day, and there are 15,000 riders.
Thank you.
But it's
So
not
how would we be privileged to the
substantially more,
drivers?
and during peak hours, I don't think it's nearly as many. The buses are very full on the Route 66, and the service is 15 minutes or better, 7 days a week, full service hours, with peak hours being closer to 6-minute frequencies. So they are coming frequently, they just don't get stuck in traffic, so they're not as visible.
Is the Boylston Street East bus coming every 6 minutes?
There's no bus on Wilson Street eastbound.
Well, there's none, okay.
So the right-hand turn, John, I don't know why it's there.
Thank you.
I mean, and look, again, we inherited this. I don't know why that was included. Makes no sense to me. And like you, I got stuck in it yesterday.
Our resident-
I didn't know you had to turn right. I had no idea. I don't drive very often.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had to turn right. I got stuck
Mhm.
and had to go illegal.
I think one other factor here is that those cars are, I mean, one of my car is polluting the environment. And to the extent that they're backed up, it's even worse. And that's, one
That's a
small
good point
factor,
too.
but,
Yeah.
that's why I compare cars to bus. Right, as opposed to passengers in a bus to the number of
Well,
cars.
that's certainly one reason, is the amount of emissions of the cars is much greater than the amount of emissions from the buses. But my understanding of TSP is that the whole point of doing this test with TSP in place is so that we can measure the impact of TSP on exactly those cars who are coming through eastbound and, you know, other cars from other directions. Because if the TSP is not working properly, then whether or not the buses are coming more or less frequently is not gonna have, let me get my negatives right. If we don't have TSP in place, then the frequency of buses is irrelevant to the impact on the cars. But if we have TSP in place, then when buses are running less frequently, then cars should be able to get through those lights faster. Because the buses won't be prioritizing themselves in those periods. So to run this test without the TSP, to rely on that data, like, I mean, I would agree with you, Brian, that if we had known this, that we probably should have delayed the start of the test. But to then have all the paint in place and then to stop the test without the TSP data means that, like, we're not actually getting any benefit at all. And that seems foolish for the amount of work that's been put into place.
Well, you know, maybe, you and I have a different understanding of TSP, but my understanding of TSP is for it to become a permanent feature, if this bus pilot ever became a permanent feature, you know, in the village, with TSP, for that to be an improvement over the improved bus times they're getting currently, would require backing up car traffic even more, in the village. It would give the bus preference over the cars.
My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that when you have TSP in place, the backups that cars would experience, they would only experience in those moments when a bus was actually moving through the system. You know, if it's every 15 minutes, then for a significant portion of that 15 minutes, like everything but whatever the 15 seconds or so of the bus is, then the cars would be moving through as if the bus wasn't there and the bus was not taking signal priority. That's the whole point of TSP.
Well, I can't figure out if we're talking about the same thing or two different things. It's not gonna it's not gonna increase the bus's ability to get through quickly unless it removes cars from the pathway of the buses. And it's not going to do that unless it further slows the progress of vehicle traffic through that intersection. Well, yeah,
For the 15 seconds that the bus is present. And
no, that could be an entire light cycle.
out of,
No. So traffic signals have your traffic engineers have rules about how much time can be reallocated. It doesn't switch the traffic signal entirely until the bus clears the signal. What it does is it makes small alterations on the edges of existing signal timing that affects all the vehicles going through an intersection and adds or extends or reallocates time, knowing that the bus is gonna be there at that time. And so it doesn't change the overall efficiency of the signal timing itself. It's not throwing the entire signal timing out the window. It's shifting the order and the allotment of time and occasionally adding a couple of seconds to the light cycle over a full minute in order to help the bus get through the intersection by the time it arrives. So it is a relatively small impact to the overall intersection operations that is severely hemmed in by the traffic operations requirements of that intersection. So it is a small portion of this, but it's something that we think can be really beneficial, again, to the buses, but have some positive benefits for the drivers.
TSP exists on the trolley, on the Beacon Street trolley line, is that correct?
It was added recently, yes.
The older system is on Beacon Street now, and there's a new system that we're hoping to implement at Washington and Marion Street, will have the most delay. So that system, there's an old one right now, Beacon Street, not as effective. The new one is hoping to be turned on.
Yeah. My only point of bringing that up is, you know, I understand two things about the TSP on the Beacon Street line, which nobody advocated it more than Tom Toll. And I have heard him say they haven't been using it. I don't know for exactly why they haven't been using it, but I can well imagine that maybe they haven't been using it because it just creates too many problems. Because it gives, look, TSP for a bus means, first of all, you keep the cars out of the bus lane. And then the bus has the exclusive right to the lane up to the light. And then if it comes to a red light, you give the bus the, the power through TSP to turn that light green, which means someone who would have had a green light preference at that point in a vehicle is denied it, so that the bus can now proceed through the light.
But that's not how
Right.
TSP yet.
Right, Brian?
That's a rudimentary TSP system. The newer ones are supposed to be more learning. So they kind of pick up the schedule, the trains, and they'll make small adjustments to try and get the train through, like it saw it in previous times. And then for Gateway East, it's an even kind of, it doesn't count the bus as like its own vehicle, it kind of counts it as a bus with extra vehicles on it, so it counts as like 40 vehicles coming through and tries to weight it as that.
Yeah, Brian?
So. Where we're at right now is it's October. So I understand the construction season's more or less over. I don't think we're gonna get the paint obliterated anytime soon, John. Whether we should or not is another question.
Yeah.
So realistically, we're not gonna get the paint up until the spring. Which is why I think we should just, as much as I don't like this project, as you can tell. We just gotta keep going to the end of this calendar year. Get the information we can get. Spend the spring looking at it and then come to you folks with a recommendation about whether we continue it or not. Ending it right now, to me, I just don't think makes a lot of sense because there's no practical way to end it.
I actually had thought, based on some earlier materials I saw, in fact, I think leading up to your meeting. That the request is to continue the pilot through like April.
My understanding is it's December.
I'd love it ended in December, but
The request was up until May, and that gives us time to finalize the report and then present it. And then we can show options on how to remove the pilot, if that's the right
I
thing.
think it's gonna be December.
thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. I think so too.
Can I ask, when you say completed, do you mean the data collection or the report out? Because presumably there's some time after the data collection ends that you need to report.
We lag by about the data.
There's going to be a period of time when there's nothing being collected, but the paint is still on the ground.
Yeah.
The question then becomes, what do you wanna do about that?
Here's my question, as a practical matter.
Yeah.
This is document, and this is something that was raised when this project began, is silent about who pays if the project is not successful. Who pays to remove it? If the T is willing to commit to paying to remove it. With the T, if the town, let me flip this around, if the town were willing to commit to holding this out until spring, given that. There's would likely be no opportunity until March at the earliest to get out on the streets and remove it. Would the T be willing to pay for the costs of repainting and removing? Oh, well, that's not fair.
I love the way you did it. Chaz, if you don't mind, since you've got the document in front of you, does it say that the select board is to be notified of any change in the period of length of the pilot? I think it specified maybe length of the pilot.
For that now. Find and search here.
Sorry, I didn't even mean to put you on the spot. You and I have been over this and I thought that was in the document.
In the meantime,
if I may just jump in with a brief question.
Paint could come on this spring, right? When construction season opens after the winter?
Yeah, so I'm not having any problems with that. I'm having problems with, they're not gonna pay for the cost of the.
No, that's fair. But again, as I said, we're here.
But I mean, it kind of gets at, what do we mean by ending the whole pilot? That paint is gonna be for as long as that paint's gonna be there.
Yes.
So,
And at some point, the town will decide whether to make it a permanent feature or not, and that can be in or, and that's a decision for you folks. We'll make a recommendation, but that's your call. So. As long as the paint sort of has to be there, I think we should continue to collect information. If the town decides the paint's gotta go, then we have to fight the fight about getting somebody else to pay to remove it, and we can have that fight. we will leverage.
Yeah, but I mean, you did say earlier and end it in December, which I was glad to hear.
Well, yeah, but now I'm hearing if we can't, I'm thinking if we can't get it up until March.
Okay.
I don't know what the point of, I don't know what we do with the painted section.
Well, there's one particular section which obviously has
Yeah.
been bothering me more than any others, and that is this business of the, right lane has to turn right. If it gets to High Street,
Completely agree.
nobody can use the right lane, who's going to go straight ahead? But how about if that was the?
Well, here's another question. Is that a state road?
No.
Yeah.
Non-control.
Oh, the
Boston Street, yeah.
street where it turns into Washington now.
Well, but
But it's-
the markings on Boston Street, not
In
on.
front of Laura, the state. road.
Yes.
And you can jump.
On the right hand.
That's how we have the configuration.
So we can't,
State.
Mhm.
we don't have authority.
Bernard,
Yes,
David's raising his hand.
David,
Oh,
Yeah, just a
sorry.
question I have. Do we have, is there a target efficiency savings we're looking for with these buses? Is 15 seconds really about the best it can get, or what are we targeting?
It was to understand what the possibilities. I don't think we have a target itself, at least the town doesn't.
yeah,
So, I see in terms of where we are right now, I think we're actually in Q5, and then you're looking to do Q6. So I think there's more time on the study that the MBTA has asked for. And, I think that, we need the data, we need a report. There needs to be a full presentation to the transportation board with recommendations, and I think recommendations to the select board need to really be all encompassing with the what next. So depending upon what the decision is, here's what the strategy will be. If it is to remove all or some of the markings on both state road and town road, it's gonna take coordination with the state to get this done and with the T. And it is going to take time to put together the right bid package to do the restriping, and it's gonna take public communication. So I think just ending the pilot in December means zero, because there's so much more that needs to be done on kind of the execution of a solution that's going to take some time. So I think my recommendation at this point is finish the pilot, get the analysis. We can start working on kind of alternatives, costs, all of that right now, so that we'll have that. And then come back to the board with, all the options for you to contemplate, including, our costs to implement some different solutions.
And just to be clear, excuse me, when you say finish the pilot, you mean continue to collect data through December?
I mean, continue to collect data, why not, for
Yeah.
Q5 and Q6.
Yes.
Which I think actually goes
In the
through.
presentation, they
If
have the
there's-
dates, so
yeah,
there's
somebody
somebody
already
already
done
done
it, might be
it.
February.
Okay,
And then do the report, so we have a full analysis with the report. And then come back with a presentation to the board with all of that information, and then the solutions. Or options.
Yeah.
For what could be perceived as solutions.
okay. Does that satisfy, two of you?
Understand, understand the situation that we're in
It does.
right now.
Well, no, it doesn't, and I'm sorry. I have to
What
make-
else can we do?
Well, I have to mention one more thing about this, because not only do I drive through that intersection on High Street every day, but about twice a week, my wife and I drive out to Castle Winter. And in Boston, they had a huge sort of uproar over a reserve bus lane in the vicinity of the whole industrial cruise port area on your way to Castle Island. And it was determined that the whole reserve bus lane had been a mistake. And that's gone, it's gone, it's not, still there because, it takes time to remove the paint or any of that stuff. It is all scrubbed nearly clean.
Maybe
Where there
that's
was a
probably
place
not a
like-
state road.
Huh?
It's probably not a state
Hey,
road.
who's working with the state right now to prepare them for the possible decision that we now wanna remove this? We were drawn into this. How many times we heard the expression, it's just paint, it's just paint, don't worry, it's a pilot, it's just paint. Well, all of a sudden now, it's like, wait a minute, how are we gonna ever remove that paint? And as long as the paint is there, vehicles are gonna be inconvenienced every single day.
So why does the incoming winter delay removing paint? I mean, maybe it's obvious, but you know.
We have a winter moratorium, so materials for roadway paving and painting, as well as concrete and other structural items. So it's not just paint, but don't cure it here in the cold when the temperatures below.
Okay.
So the winter moratorium is generally observed November 15th to April 15th, with some fudge dates if we get a warm spring or a warm fall.
And John, I think the Summer Street lane you're talking about was done with city funds and city personnel.
No, that's
In the summer.
Yeah, I understand that, but
No,
at the same time, if there is a commitment to removing the paint, whether it's by the city or by the state, it can get done. I've seen it done, and I worry that the only people who, as far as I can tell, are in a position to go to the state now and say, this pilot is over, so remove the paint from Route 9, are the people who have been not in good faith with us in terms of the duration that they have continued the pilot, and they don't seem to want to end the pilot, so how are we ever gonna get that paint removed if we don't have somebody actually pushing the state to do it?
Yep.
That's all.
If I could just say, I really don't see the king as not acting in good faith. They're really thinking about the whole system. They're thinking about public transit, they're partners for us in terms of climate, they're partners for serving vulnerable populations. I really think that everyone entered into this in good faith. And while their situation changed in terms of the vendor being non-responsive, that's different than not acting in good faith. And I think,
referring to the MOU.
well, and honestly, maybe that's on me. Because I really felt that people had made the decision that they wanted to understand the data and the pilot. And have information, it's there and have the right information, and so I think we felt stuck. So.
And I also,
here we are.
I'm trying to not throw Aaron, it's all of us, but I also think that this is the process. When you raised this issue, John, and you flagged this and we just ran through it with town council, like, I think it was important, you did the right thing and saying, well, I wanna have the select board does have a right here to have a say in this, and you do, because you signed the MOU, you had the MOU, that's where that power lies. And so, where, we then put this in the, I would say, it's important that you are not. No one is trying to lock the select board into a decision here. The select board says, we're terminating this in December, we're terminating this whenever, and let the chips fall where they may, we'll do it. You're the boss, you're in charge here, so we will do that.
Yeah,
I just
I'm
think
not sure I've got the votes, but, and I don't, Aaron, I appreciate that, maybe I've been harsh. But, the MOU is the MOU, and I just asked the people listening, put yourself in the position of a select board member listening in on a transportation board meeting at which I hear said by the MBTA, the decision has been made to continue this pilot for another 6 months. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, we have an MOU that we signed, with the MBTA that says any change in this pilot will be reviewed and approved by the select board of Brookline. And it was never done, and I'm hearing this MBTA basically telling everybody, it's in the newspaper account of all of this. The decision has been made to continue this, but no, it hasn't, not by the select board, not by the people that signed an MOU with you guys. So, yeah.
That's right.
Okay, let's not, continue staying further. What is our next, what are our next steps?
So we've had this discussion,
Bring it
we can bring it back to you next week for that discussion, and we can, and we'll talk about the potential options to move forward here. If you terminate the MOU as 30-day notice period, so December is well within your range, if you wanna do that, as is, April or whatever. So, or you don't have to. You could do something short of that, or you can do anything there, and I am gonna, reach out, we'll be in conversation with you to talk about. Are there fallback options here short of that will may make a meaningful difference along this pathway? That don't require us working during the moratorium to really fan. Is there something we can do short of that? That would at least make the right temporary looking. So we'll take a look.
Great.
Okay, and, we will get a sense, I assume, of the cost for various, actions that we could take.
If we were to try and,
Yeah,
if we were to take
yeah.
this out on our own, it would be roughly $800,000. Let's see,
How much?
$800,000.
Ooh.
That's for the full mill.
But that's the full mill.
That's the full mill and overlay. We're about 7 years in on. Get on the pavement and gateway, so we're getting close, given such a high use road of. When we'd be looking at the condition, so, but we'll have other options as well available.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. And again, right, that's to Aaron's point, as sooner or later, we will spend that money on that road, so it's a question of timing and capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming in. That's a great strategy.
Okay, next, why don't you take a break? I
Well,
need to take.
I was going to suggest, I almost would rather have the handbook conversation when everyone's in the room and can look at the language. I'm happy to overview really quickly some of the changes made. I know Michael wants to take a look at it in a little bit more depth, and so I'm just wondering if we can have a more substantive conversation
Okay.
next time.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
yeah, that makes most sense.
Yeah, and I'll have my comments to
Okay.
you.
Yeah, I have some comments too, yeah, as soon as you.
okay, sounds good. Yeah, so maybe that's what we do if you are inclined to
Defer.
switch. John, is that okay? I know you had a couple of things that,
Yeah, that is
Okay.
fine.
Okay. And that means that there are no more items on the agenda. So we can end our meeting unless there is someone in the audience who'd like to make a public comment.
we didn't have public comment earlier, but if
Oh,
you
that's
want, if
right,
you
I'm
want to
sorry.
do it, we always can.
No, there's no need.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna end the meeting now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.